What's going on, everybody? How are you doing? Welcome. Another Friday, episode number 113 of Heavy Metallurgy. Is that right? Are we high? No, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe that was a little higher than that, but no, I guess not.
113 it is.
Good to see you, Alan. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Pretty good. It's been a busy day. Lots of work stuff and chores and errands and running around, but everything's done for the night. We're just going to finish this Red Bull to get some energy back. Then we'll grab another drink and we'll have a good time talking about metal tonight. Hello to everybody in the chat. A lot of folks in the chat early tonight before we even got started. Good to see folks. Folks, I'm pretty excited. We got a fun topic and we got a fun guest that we have not had on the show before. So everything's lining up for a very cool episode, and I hope everyone's having a good night.
Yes, sir. And before we get the man on, we're going to once again plug these shirts that are pretty cool. Thanks to Mark Riddick. Pestilence Streams Eternal. The link to get these shirts is in the description below, and that is through the Bindrune channel, which starting today for a week has got a 15% off sale. So if you want the Heavy Metallurgy shirts for 15% off, or a hoodie, or whatever, go over there, order yourself some, and at checkout, type in Bindrune 15, and you will save 15% on your car insurance. But yep, just type it in. You'll see here Bindrune 15. It shouldn't be too hard to remember, too hard to forget, I should say. And definitely go over there, check it out. You buy yourself some other things as well. There's a whole bunch of crap. And this also includes pre-orders. So go over there, help us clean out the garage a little bit so there's more room for Glorious Dead and Eve Records and other things that are coming as well. So
yeah, you've got a lot of stuff coming out. You've got a lot of cool, stuff too. It's worth it, folks. Go dig through, the older stock there too. There's, copies of albums we've talked about still available from Marty's web shop and 15% off. That's a great time to pick some stuff up.
Yep. But without further ado, this is a guy we've been meaning to have on the show for a long time, and finally the plans have aligned. Dennis from Analog Archives, welcome. Good to have you on finally. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. How you been?
Been good.
Good.
Real good. Just been working, and my schedule's changed now, so I can do more of these shows during the week. So yeah, stoked, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, definitely. He reached out this week, and we come together with a topic pretty quick, and because we procrastinated like I normally do, and just so everybody knows, Alan is the brains of this operation, and he likes to plan things out, and I just at the last minute. But Dennis, he had a good idea with EPs, or I don't remember who did. Anyway, this is a good one. We haven't done it in a while, but before we do that, tell us about what's going on in your channel. One of the best channels on. I love your channel. You have an awesome collection, whether it's videos or
crazy collection,
crazy rare demos and stuff like that. If you're not familiar, go check out Dennis's channel, link in the description. So what's going on with you over there?
So yeah, I mean, trying to do some more videos. I know a lot of people have been asking me like, dude, you got to do more. You got to do more. It's just, it's finding the time and the topics. That's the main thing. It's like, I don't want to just do collection updates because everybody does that, but I want to do like, if I buy stuff, I usually put it in a different category. So if I find something rare, I'll be like, oh, this is like an underground death metal release. So I'll put it in there instead of in a collection update. That way I can talk about it and put it in something so I could talk about it more instead of just going, hey, look what I got. This is sick. And then, going on to the next thing, which I mean, people like.
They do.
I do that once in a while. It's just, it is what it is. I just don't, it's not the thing I love the most, but I do have some ideas coming up as far as I'm going to do. I have like some thrash metal deep dives that I'm going to be doing where it's going to be based only on OG presses. So we're going to talk about ranking them, but it's going to be ranked only on the original press. So that way there's no remastering. There's no digital interference with any of the recordings. So we'll see how that goes. Again, it'll be coming up. Probably start that with my son and then go on and have guests on as well. And then, I'm on other channels all the time as well, guesting on that. So that'll still happen. those are the ones I love to do because I don't have to think of the idea. So I just go on and I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do that. So, but yeah, I only have like 70 videos, so I don't have that much. I think I've been doing this for about 2.5 years. I remember starting out, again, Marty was like, you guys were cool to me when I first started. You're like, oh dude, you guys were doing those live streams every weekend or something.
Yeah, the pandemic streams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those were cool. So yeah, that was fun. That's kind of when I started and took it from there. And yeah, man, you'll see a lot of cool stuff coming out. Mostly, I love to show OG stuff. That's mainly what I collect. As far as like new stuff, I don't have that much. Here and there, I'll get stuff, but I'd rather spend my money on OG presses that I can add to my collection, which, everybody loves to do because we're all old guys and we like to have those certain pieces in our collection. So
yeah,
my channel, death metal, thrash metal, Bay Area stuff, all sorts of stuff, movies, horror movies. Yeah,
awesome. Well, we appreciate you coming on. And EPs, before we get into it too much, I guess as I was digging through the collection looking, it wasn't really a 70s phenomenon, was it? It kind of skipped that generation that I couldn't really, I'm thinking like Kiss, I'm thinking AC/DC, I'm thinking, other than singles, I'm thinking more like a mini CD type of thing, or like a, an EP, LP type of situation. It's kind of an 80s thing is where that kind of started up.
EPs have been around for a long time. If you go back, even to 50s music, when pop rock stuff was starting to really hit the airwaves more. EPs were around. They were never the most popular format. Back then it was very singles oriented. Albums were, less of the main commodity, but there were EPs in between there too. They tended to be 7-inchers that always had like 4 tracks on them. But yeah, then they kind of, maybe it's just our collection biases that we don't, dig into those bands as deeply, that you don't see as much, later in the 60s and 70s. I'm guessing they're out there, but yeah, it's always been a strange format. I guess we'll discuss that a little bit more as we go here, but they don't, and we're actually joking about it a little bit in the, chat right now with Aaron and some others. Yeah, they're not as long as albums, and metal tends to be a very album related genre. And for other, types of more popular music, they've always been very singles driven. You don't measure Taylor Swift in albums, you measure her in how many, number one singles she has. You think of, lots of pop artists, how many hit singles did they produce? But nobody in either camp really thinks about, well, how are the EPs? How many of those came out in between? They give you more music than a single. You get a better feel for what the band is like, but they often are just kind of like one song and then filled up with covers or B-sides or unreleased stuff. So they can be a real mixed bag in terms of what you get included on an EP. You also run into the problem in more and more recently, EPs are harder to define. Used to, it was pretty easy. If it had 2 songs, it was a single. And if it had more than that, it was an EP. And if it had, 30 minutes and 8 songs, it was an album. But now you have everything in between. You'll have things with, 3 songs that last for 56 minutes. Does that count as an EP? Is it an album? Is it just too long? I don't know what to, it gets hard to figure out what some of these things are or aren't, which camp to put them into. I don't know. I'll stop rambling now and let y'all weigh in on this.
No, for me, I would get the singles on occasion and, little 7-inch 45s, which I find myself buying them very infrequently, but I don't listen to them. I wait till I get a bunch of them. Then I listen to them in an evening, and then they get filed away and they're gone forever. But, I think the EP, the mini CD, it's a good format. I think it's, long enough to not be annoying and short enough to not demand too much of your time. Because let's face it, of course, a lot of the stuff I'm going to show tonight, I think there's some quality material on it, but there's EPs or mini LPs or whatever. They don't always necessarily have the best material. You know what I mean? Oh, Ian, that's a great one. I didn't even think about pulling that one.
I thought about it, but I didn't have a.
I totally didn't
copy of it.
fucking think about it. Maybe Dennis did. I don't know. But what do you think about the whole EP phenomenon, Dennis?
I think like I think at the time it was easier to put out an EP because you didn't have to spend as much money as a full record to put it out. So like you can put out like a band can basically put a demo out, and I think Combat did that with their demo series too. They would put out, I think Power Mad had one. Shit, what that band I'm thinking of, but I think Militia. A couple other bands, and Wild Rags did that too, where they would just basically put out a demo, but it would be as an EP format. So I think it was cheaper to just go in the studio and do 4 or 5 songs instead of having to pay for that studio time for, 10 or 12 songs. So, and it was a teaser too. Like, okay, well, how do you think this band's going to do? Like, how's this EP going to do? Should we actually finance a full record depending on the sales? Because you have to think back then, it's all about record sales because that's how record companies survived. There was no internet. So you had to put out your fillers on like music somewhere because a lot of people didn't have access to their demos. So when you can put out a record or just 4 or 5 songs and get those in a record store, I think that was a lot cheaper and an easier way to do it to see a band, deserved that studio time and probably a better production as well, more money spent. But yeah, like I think in the 70s and there was way more like 45s. So you'd even have like color sleeves. Even going into the 80s, you'd have like full production of 45s with like 2 or 3 songs on it. But like you said, one's like a B-side, one's a live song. And then they went to the 12-inch format from there. All the Maiden stuff came out on that 12-inch format and 45 format too. So, I mean, it's just more ways for the record company to make money. Honestly.
And really, that's where the saving. It's a good point. I never would have thought of that, but from recording the music is where it's cheaper for labels and bands because putting out a record, it doesn't matter how much time is on it. If you're putting out a 12-inch record, you're paying a 12-inch price.
Yep.
If you're putting out a 7-inch, those things are stupid expensive to produce and they don't sell for shit, to be honest. Well, for us anyway, they don't. And just a CD is a CD is a CD. So I don't care if there's 2 songs or 78 minutes worth of songs on there. It costs that's where the label pays the same amount, but and they charge less for it. So ultimately, where they're saving the money is in the production, the sound recording. That's where it's cheaper.
Yep, it's all good points. Yeah, and yeah, very good point, Dennis. On EPs being used as the kind of that vehicle to see. Test the waters, see what kind of reaction a band's going to get, how many local fans are going to run out and buy it, and will they have some appeal further abroad. So yeah, they've been used for all those things over time. And Marty, I like your point too. They are a good way to get a better feel for a band than just hearing 1 or 2 songs without having to necessarily invest and buy a full album or spend a lot of time listening through a full album. EPs can be very good on that. I think that's something we talked about backstage before starting. We all came up with pretty long lists of excellent EPs, and because you only have to come up with maybe 3, 4, 5 tracks, a lot of times the EPs can feel like they are pretty high quality because a band only has to have a handful of their best songs put on it. You don't have to pad the album out with 2 or 3 songs written at the last minute or tack on a cover song just to get it over 30 minutes in length. The EPs can often showcase really strong material because you only need a few songs that are, kind of your A game. And that makes EPs pretty fun in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, hell, I mean, I know I got a bunch. I'm sure Dennis has got a bunch. So does Alan. So we might as well just jump into this. And Dennis, why don't you fire it off here? I'm going to go run and get something real quick that I had forgotten about, and I'll be right back.
I'm going to pull a classic, man, from back in my youth. This is a record where I didn't first hear this band on this, but it was one of the first things I ever got was Venom Warhead EP.
Very nice.
And I remember getting this back when I was a kid, and this is just for you OG dudes. This is the blue press on Neat Records.
Oh, very nice.
But one of my favorite, I just love the song Warhead. I think this is where it first premiered on this record. And then other side it has Warhead, Lady Lust, and then on the other side it has Seven Gates of Hell, which is another great song. So just a great EP. Stuff I used to play all the time, dude. Yeah, Warhead.
Yeah,
such a badass song.
Yeah, the way they just slow it down and he just drags it out. It's got, that just, crushing, almost kind of a doomy vibe, which is a little unusual for Venom, but it works so well.
And I think this is when, Venom was kind of like playing around with their sound, obviously. At War with Satan, they were more of a concept album, which is one of my favorite Venom albums. I mean, honestly, Venom in general is one of my favorite all-time bands. Just such a crushing band, just a huge influence on me as a kid. And, shit that just changed the way that I heard music. I mean, coming from AC/DC and Black Sabbath and that Kiss and that kind of stuff, and then hearing Venom just kind of changed the way I thought about music at the time when I was young. But yeah, just a great EP. Always been one of my favorites. Used to play that all the time. Just a band.
Awesome. Good start for sure.
That's a killer.
I wish I took some time to organize the older to the newer here, but I did not. I just threw it all together. Alan, what's your first poll?
I will start with a classic as well. I've got a little bit of everything. I tried to pull things from different styles and different eras. But yeah, let's start with one of the big undeniable classics, the Queensryche self-titled EP, their first release. And right out of the gate, I think everybody knew this band was going to be something special. I don't think anybody saw what direction they would go over time, but the quality on this is already top notch. I mean, you've got Jeff Tate, amazing classically trained vocalist. You've got excellent musicians backing him up. So even though the songs on this one are relatively straightforward, Iron Maiden, gallopy kind of heavy metal tunes, they're already extremely well put together. You've got Queen of the Reich, Knight Rider, Blinded, and Lady Wore Black. This was originally, of course, just sort of an independent press thing, and they got snapped up by EMI almost immediately, and the rest is, kind of history. The old original pressings of this, you can find them if you poke around. They're a little more expensive, a little harder to find. You'll see tons of them listed for sale as original first press, but it's almost every time when you check, it says EMI on the background. I was at a record show this past weekend. Somebody had it, that same thing. So it's like, oh, there it is. It says first press. I'll bet it's not the first press. I pick it up and flip it over. It's like, that is not a first press. If it had been, it probably would have come home with me because I don't have the original. But this is when people say, heavy metal EPs, this is always one of the first ones that jumps to mind. No doubts about it. What's Ryan up to here? Let's see. Jeff, Ryan, getting a good early start tonight. Absolutely. Yep. Cheers, Ryan. But yeah, I had to have to start with this one. It's one of the mainstays among metal EPs. Great sound, classic songs, classic band, and all their early releases are great. This one doesn't get talked about as much because the stuff that came after it was so good, but this should not be overlooked, especially if you just want a little more straightforward Queensryche and not so much of the more arty conceptual stuff. Just go back to the EP. It's all right there.
Now it makes me wonder which version I have. And during the next turnaround, I'm going to go see. It's probably EMI. Anyway.
Yep. Well, you can't go check right now, Marty, because it's your turn.
It is my turn. I'm going to start off early and with an early one for me. And
oh, nice.
Made in Japan.
I almost picked that, and I'm glad I didn't know.
Not only is it an EP, it's a live EP, which makes it even cooler. And it's with my favorite Maiden singer. Love the Di'Anno era. I recently seen a video the other night of him. It must have been shortly after he left Maiden or was asked to leave Maiden. However, that all worked out. It wasn't Paul Di'Anno's Battle Zone. It was something else. And he was trying to sing a little bit more.
Was it Gog Magog?
Oh my. Well, ooh.
He was in
Maybe.
a very short-lived project called Gog Magog before Battle Zones came out, and they did an EP actually for Gog Magog, and it's rough. It's really rough.
It was like a live show, and there was a lot of people there headbanging and stuff. But man, I can only imagine they made the right choice. I'm just gonna say that. I love Iron Maiden. I love Killers. Love. I love this. But he couldn't have gone the test of time. There's just no way. His voice topped out. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, this EP, mini LP, however you want to slice it, I always wish it was a whole show. I guess there's recordings out there of this whole show somewhere. I thought I saw it in file sharing back in the day. But it's got Running Free, Remember Tomorrow, Rat Child, Killers, Innocent Exile. Sound is good. Performance is good. Excellent live EP, LP, however you want to swing it. Classic. Totally great.
Yeah.
Great.
Agreed 100%.
All right, Dennis. Go ahead. What?
Almost pulled that one too.
I'm sure we're going to have some cross-pollination here for sure.
I did pull some Maiden, but not that one. So I'll pull another one. Back. Obviously, I did these from like older to newer, But yeah, another one of my favorite EPs.
Nice.
In the Sign of Evil.
Oh yeah.
This one, man, shit. Look at this guy's hair. It's so fucking weird. But yeah, man, Sodom, In the Sign of Evil, such a badass release. I remember hearing this. I think I already had. I bought this with Snow White, their EP.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember, it's Hail something. But I bought that at the same time as I bought this. And I saw my friend at a shoe store, and he's like, "Hey dude, have you ever heard of Sodom?" I'm like, "I just fucking bought that, dude." And he's like, "Yeah, man, that's fucking crazy." But yeah, and this was, what year is this? I think I wrote it down, 85. So yeah, I was just a youngin' when I bought this, but this thing blew my mind. It was so fucking satanic and Outbreak of Evil, Witching Metal, Blasphemer, just so fucking amazing, man. It just this still holds up. That's the thing about this EP.
Oh yeah,
it never gets old to me. I could put this on whenever, and it's never old. I'm never like, it's all right. It's like, dude, this shit still rips. And it's like in between that like era of black metal and thrash metal and what was going on. It was just, back then you could just play shit and it just sounded evil as shit. And you just like, I remember being a kid and playing music, like making music, and I could listen to that now. I'm like, God, that's awesome. But I can't do that now. It's like, it's just like a youth thing, I guess. To me, it's like you have all these like thoughts going on and what you're like into at the time. And this just is like one of those things where it's nothing ever, you're not like, oh, Sodom sounds like XYZ. They don't sound like anyone on this. I mean, obviously Venom was an inspiration. I mean, Venom's pretty much an inspiration to like every black metal band out there.
Yeah.
This album for me, it's a classic, man. German black and thrash, I guess is what you would call it, but still holds the test of time and still one of my favorite things. I still listen to this stuff all the time, so it never gets old to me.
There was never a more iconic cover either. I mean, it's an awesome painting, and it's just such a strong, bold image. So cool.
Right.
I like how the logo goes vertical down. It's different. It's just different from the rest of everything else. You know,
and it's just one thing. It's not like some guy just drew an executioner with a sword, and it's like there's nothing to it. There's no like aliens and weird shit going on in the background, or it's like very like stripped down, just like the music is.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with Ian and some of the others. Early Sodom, best Sodom.
Yeah.
Yep. And for a lot of folks, I get it why some folks aren't into it, because it is very, very rough around the edges and probably even rough around the middle and everything in between. But for me and for a lot of folks, that's part of the charm. I get it if it's a little too underdeveloped for some folks.
I didn't realize, Jack, that are we going to settle the debate whether Morbid Tales is LP or EP? I was under the impression it was an LP.
It's an
Morbid.
EP.
It's an EP?
I think the original pressing
mini LP.
Yeah, it's one of those annoying in between ones because the Metal Blade pressing has 1 or 2 extra songs, which makes it look like an LP, but the European presses lack those extra songs, which so it gets back into that mini LP kind of territory. I hate mini LP because of this, because you already have EP stuck somewhere between album and single, and then you try to cram mini LP in between EP and LP, and the whole system just breaks down. That term has always just drove me nuts. Where do you draw the line? I don't know.
We don't know. All right, Alan.
All right. Well, here, just to prove it, here is the Gog Magog EP I mentioned a minute ago. So yeah, this is Paul Di'Anno as soon as he hops out of Iron Maiden, and they did a 3-track EP. It is notoriously recognized as one of the worst things recorded during the new wave of British heavy metal era. I used to have it. I found it for like $2, so I picked it up, and it really is laughably bad. It's one of those, like, it's so bad, kind of can't help but like it a little bit just because it's so dippy. But if you're a diehard Di'Anno fan or Maiden fan and you're trying to get everything, this is one of the obscure ones, but don't pay a lot for it. Just don't do that to yourself. It's not necessarily that hard to find, and musically it's not, Sodom is rough but good. This is rough, but like, what the hell were they doing? Nobody should have signed off on these songs being recorded and released. But anyway, let's go on. Somebody, I think it was Jack, mentioned this one in the chat earlier, so it was near the top of the stack. So let's jump into some more modern epic heavy metal, and let's talk Eisentor.
That's a good EP.
And Superior. Oh, this is a fucking kick your ass EP.
I have the CD of it.
It's 3 songs, but the 3rd song is an instrumental demo of the 2nd song. So it always kind of bothered me calling it an EP. It's like, that's kind of pushing it. It's almost more like a single in a way. But regardless, this is extremely good. It very much falls in that epic metal territory of bands like Manowar, Atlantean Codex, Solstice, and it's actually a project of there's Rich from Solstice. He was the main composer songwriter for this project, but it had some other guys too. Perry Grayson's on the other guitar. You've got Tony Moore did the vocals from Dire, and Tony really brings his A game. He was an amazing vocalist to start with. Rest in peace. On these songs, he's just perfect for this material. It's very heavy, fast, melodic. Trying to think, it's hard to come up with the best comparison. It's a little more rumbly and straightforward than something like Atlantean Codex or Twisted Tower Dire was. It's not as sort of over the top as Solstice was back in the 90s. It might be a little closer to more recent Solstice, but more recent Solstice feels like it's lacking something. This just hits you right in the gut. Excellent sound. The songs are just driving, pounding. It's that perfect blend of heavy metal, gets the epic vibe, but does not give up any heaviness or intensity whatsoever. Unfortunately, the band never got to do anything else. Tony, of course, passed away in an accident, and Rich and the other guys never revisited it or tried to find another singer. Don't know what Rich's status is these days. I know a couple of years ago, Rick had health problems of his own. Cruz del Sur did a big fundraiser to help him pay some medical bills 1 or 2 years ago. Hope he's doing better. I haven't heard any updates at all. But you can get this on CD. This is a 10-inch vinyl pressing from Shadow Kingdom. I think it came on green vinyl and also black vinyl. So there's even a couple of variations of this you can get. Not necessarily that hard to track down or anything. But this is the kind of EP where you really like, oh man, I wish they had released a full album. It would have blown the doors off of most other epic metal projects. Everything was perfect here, and they didn't get a chance to follow it up.
Jack Half a Prayer says that most of the material on the last couple Solstice releases were originally written for Eisentor.
That makes sense based on what I've heard from him. I haven't paid a ton of attention to those more recent Solstice releases. They don't have that really full rounded out sound the way the Eisentor tracks did. And I know they may have been done on a budget or something, but somehow they just they're really lacking that extra grandeur. A lot of people have loved it, and that's great. But for me, Solstice, it's very much about the 90s material. That stuff is amazing. The stuff in more recent years never quite flipped my switch, so to speak.
All right, that's a good pick.
Yes. It was another one. As soon as we were thinking EPs, it's like, yep, got to break that one. All right, Marty, what did you run and get a minute ago? Or are you saving that one for later?
Oh, I'm saving that for a little later.
Cool.
Next up, no surprise, we got 2 of them by this band.
Yeah.
Had both of these on tape back in the day, and thanks to the early stages of eBay when nobody wanted records, one of which I got New Moon Records for $1.99, perfect shape, $1.99.
Nice.
And this I got on eBay for under $20. I don't remember what, but yep, this is their debut. It has Starlight, Murder, Warrior, Victim of Fate, which is, man, right up there with Ride the Sky, really. Cry for Freedom, another great song. Here, new songs. You got Judas is the new song, and the rest of it is live. Am I wrong? No, it's got Cry for Freedom, Victim of Hate, and then Ride the Sky and Guardians live. Anyway, both of these are exceptional EPs early on. I can't remember. Did Judas come out after the full length, Walls of Jericho?
I've always been hazy on the time. I will look it up while you talk about them.
This is 86. This is 85. I did not grab Walls of Jericho, obviously, but man, this is Halloween at their most speed metal. It's fantastic. Kai Hansen on vocals. They shredded. They still shred, but they're just so much more vicious and very much in line with the Noise roster of bands and what was going on in Germany right then. I mean, their contemporaries were what? Creator and Destruction and all that stuff. So that was them taking a more melodious approach to speed metal. Very cool. Love that stuff. So good.
Oh yeah.
All right, Dennis.
I love that Halloween for their mascot used a mask.
The Fang Face.
Yeah, Fang Face mask, which I actually have an OG Fang Face mask
cool.
that I got on eBay a while ago. But that's just a weird thing.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Which was also in a movie called Rocktober Blood. That's what the killer wore back. I think that came out in like 86 or 87, that movie. But anyways,
it's weird because when Kai left, I mean, Halloween adopted the pumpkin and Kai took Fang Face to Gamma Ray.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but that's just a cool fact
they
did. Mm-hmm. But anyways, I'm gonna pick kind of I don't know if you guys are gonna know this one, but I love this record. I've gone on and talked about this on streams before, but I'm going Odin. Don't Take No for an Answer. LA band, and this is from 85, I believe. Yeah, 85.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen that in forever. Yeah, it took a minute to connect. That's cool.
I was gonna wear those same pants tonight with the leather strapped on cod piece there. I was thinking about it.
I think this guy, one of the guys went on to be an Armored Saint, and they sound very similar to Armored Saint. You can't tell by the picture, but and the singer, he's really good. They have a really funny video though for Shining Love where like this guy's head explodes where he's like wearing a Twisted Sister shirt. But yeah, man. And it's on some weird label on Half Wet Records.
White vinyl even back in the day. That's kind of rarish.
I think it only came on white. But yeah, it's such a rad just like the writer you listen to, they have really heavy riffs. Judgment Day, Don't Take No for an Answer. Solar Eye, just a banging like power metal record. It's fucking badass. It's so fucking. It's just doesn't make sense for this to come out in LA in '85. Especially, and let's not forget that they were in Decline of the Western Civilization 2 with the hot tub scene with the singer.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. But back then they were more glamish. But this EP, man, this is such a banger. Always been one of my favorites. Even back like in '85, I was like, oh man, this is badass. I was listening to Sodom and Odin at the same time. But yeah, man, check this out if you haven't heard it. Seems like a lot of people have. But yeah, it's such a banger, and I'm glad I have this because I actually traded it at like back in the mid 80s or late 80s because I was more into death and thrash metal. So I traded it, and then I ended up finding it used again. So I got lucky getting this back in my collection. So just a banger of a record. If you guys like just pure heavy metal, almost on the power metal verge, and with a great singer, he's got those like Jeff Tate high notes and stuff. I knew Jeff was going to bring up the copyright strike. The video's hilarious. If anything else, just check out the fucking video. But yeah, banger, man. Such a banger for 85.
Yeah. LA bands from around that era, it's hard to know what you're going to get because their look combines kind of a trad metal look with weird glam elements.
Like Lizzie Borden. Look at Lizzie Borden. The early shit ripped, man. It was killer. It was like Maiden worship, but you couldn't tell, are they glam? Are they not glam? I mean, come on. Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, even Rat, early Motley Crue, they have this real hybrid thing going on. It wasn't until a couple years later that those bands sort of picked a lane and followed it. But yeah, it's a cool scene. It's an interesting time in heavy metal history. But LA, yeah, you cannot judge by the cover what's going to be inside.
All right, Alan.
All right. Again, I'm just want to jump all over the place. Let's do some black metal now. Probably my favorite black metal EP. I mean, my knee-jerk reaction for favorite black metal EP anyway. Mayhem, Wolfslayer Abyss. One of the few truly evil-sounding black metal records, in my opinion. There you go. There's lots of bands that are great at getting a lot of atmosphere and sounding creepy and stuff like that. The first couple of songs on this one, with Fall of Seraph, Sign of the Labyrinth, it really just sounds like it's being sung by someone who's completely fucking demented. The vocal performance, the way the songs are written, the intensity of them, it's just completely over the top in the best possible way. Obviously, the scare factor for black metal has worn off long ago. There's not a lot of mystery, and bands can try to still use the corpse paint and pseudonyms as much as they want, but it doesn't have the same impact. And even by the time this came out, I think a lot of that mystery had started to wear off. But this record really makes you stop and think, just like, okay, yeah, those guys are probably seriously into some heavy shit. Love the EP. I love the way too that they actually used it as a nice vehicle to sort of introduce what was going to come on Grand Declaration of War. Kind of what you mentioned earlier in the intro, Dennis, that EPs could be used as a way to sort of preview things. And this very much, it previews what's going to happen when you get to the last track on here. And it gives you a hint of, how they're going to start changing their sound and morph into something very different when that next album comes out. Yeah, absolutely fantastic EP. This is what, if you wanted to be taken seriously as an evil black metal entity, this is how you do it. This right here. It doesn't matter about how much corpse paint you've got on or other stuff. You don't even need, a fancy cover design or, a black and white photo or anything. You just need to sound like this. Love the EP to this day.
Great EP, man.
Super caustic. Very caustic.
Yes.
And Blasphemer, I mean, it was a good mission statement. He took Mayhem. There was a spirit of the old style, but they pushed it to new levels with that EP alone, and then completely turned it on its head with, the martial industrial nature of Grand Declaration of War, which that album, when that came out, I hated it. But man, whenever I listen to Mayhem, that's usually one I grab now. It's weird how, perception and time, it changes things. But after Blasphemer left, the band is just kind of sailing on the name. The guys that are in the band, they're fine. Tellock and the other guy, they're fine. But they're just kind of regurgitating the same crap. It's just not anything new, or I don't know.
Some of that may just be, the band's getting, longer in the tooth at this point too. I did like the Damon album with Tellock. I didn't like the first one with him on it. What was it? Esoteric Warfare?
But that's the last one I've heard is that one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought Damon,
I haven't heard the Damon one. No.
Yeah, it's true what you said. Damon doesn't break any new ground, but especially the first several songs I thought were put together really well. So I thought Telek did a really good job writing on those. But yeah, Andre, Death Crush, it's almost like a completely different band and a different style. I haven't heard Death Crush in ages, so I won't really comment on the sound. Back in the day, it didn't blow me away, but it's been years since I heard it.
Yeah, they got way better than that. A couple good songs on it, but I don't know. Never really clicked with me. I don't know why. It just doesn't.
That's right. Well, Marty, show us something that did click with you.
Well, always been a fan of this band, and these two EPs are exceptional, in my opinion. Oh no, it's GBH again. And oops, wrong one.
Oh shit.
Spoiler alert.
There we go. They got mixed up. What a bargain. I really like the punk side of GBH, but once they started to get a little more metalized, like on this era and beyond a little bit, I really, 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 really started to like them. Midnight Madness and Beyond is my favorite GBH record. I love that record. And this is, I think, from that era. This Malice in Wonderland, Company of Wolves, Get Out of the City, Lost in the Fog. These are just really heavy. It's heavy punk. There's a metal crunch to it. The songs are just really super well written. This here, it's got Checking Out on it, which was a song from A Fridge Too Far, which, God, I didn't love that record. They kind of went a little too far with that one, but No One Cares, great song. Infected, Tapuki Thunder. I don't know. I'm an older GBH fan, and both of these EPs rip. I always really, really, really enjoyed them. They stand on there's enough songs on here. They stand on their own merit, and they get you in the mood to spin more. It's really cool. This one in particular, I really, really like the production on this. It's really heavy. It's just good metalized punk. Really good. I don't know if you want to call it crossover. I don't know if I go that far. It's weird. It's weird, but great EPs.
That was the thing with GBH. They never really went completely metal. They got like heavier, but they never. And that was the thing where I think it kind of held them back because I don't know if they couldn't really play metal. I remember seeing them live. I think back when City Baby Attacked by Rats was out, or it might have been the one after that. And they weren't very good musicians. I remember them like trying to tune their guitar, and they had like the tuner on the ground, and they were just like, fuck. Like people were jumping off the stage and stuff, and they were just like,
it was probably a Gibson. That's why some of those Gibsons are real fussy.
Probably. But I mean, it was just like, I never thought of them as being able to play that kind of music. And I think they kind of got forced into it from Combat, because I think they changed to Combat Core or something.
Yep.
And they just never could do that metal thing. Like Broken Bones, they like went into that. English Dogs.
Well, so did Exploited.
Yeah, Exploited. They could play, but GBH never really could do the metal thing. I don't know. I always attributed to them as not being able to really do it. Like they didn't have those chops to really do metal. I don't think they ever wanted to really either. No. They were always a punk band, and I love those early I just got No Need to Panic too on OG Press. I just found that one recently.
They toured with The Accused on that album cycle.
Yeah, but great band. I don't have those EPs, but I think I stopped after that No Need to Panic record. I never got anything after that. So I don't think I had A Fridge Too Far. It had a weird cover, weren't they? Like
it's got a refrigerator flying on it with wings. It's so stupid. It's kind of like the Halloween, the pumpkin doing all sorts of different things on the insert. It was like the refrigerator in different scenarios. It was stupid. There was a couple good songs on it, but they tried. That was their probably most metal point. It's just like they kind of teetered over the edge on it. And the shit leading up to it, though, I liked it all. From the punk to the more metalized punk, I always loved that band. Colin's vocals were always just pissed off, and
dude. I mean, they're so badass. I mean, I love GBH.
All right, Dennis.
All right, I guess I'll do this one then.
There you go. There you go, Andre.
Gotta do this one because, man, this EP, man, always been one of my favorites. Just so you guys know, this is not an original Poser Corpse press. I wish I did have that. This is an exact replica, though, that was put out, I think, 2012. I mean, this shit still goes for like over $200. anyways. Which
For the bootleg of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the exact replica. It's exactly the same as the Poser Corpse issue. So, but man, these songs are so fucking good on this, and it's super fast. Like you just go through it. Death Crush, that man, that guitar tone on that, Chainsaw Guts, fuck, just fucking amazing, dude. I love this EP. I always loved it. I had the demo before I had this. I brought them too, just so I could show them. This was the original demo I got from when this first came out, and
nice.
And then they had another copy that was, I think, I don't know if it was Dead or whoever made, but this is a bootleg. This is the OG press. This one's a bootleg. I did this one myself, but I wanted to have, because I think back in the mid 2000s, there was like a black metal museum website that was connected to all these original releases and stuff like that. And they had this museum, and this copy was in there, and they had did this copy. I don't know who did it, but I wanted to replicate that cover, which is a funny story too, because I did even the original like writing that would look like it was Mayhem the way they did it on the cover, and I ended up trading copies to someone, and this ended up selling. Someone sold a copy of this for like $500 in like Peru or something, and it was my handwriting on it. And I'm like, that's mine. That's not original. Such a fucking banger, man. Even has a Venom cover. Necrolust is a fucking banger. Every song on this is just a banger. Just love this EP. Always have since it came out. The one cool thing about this EP is that it has this huge fold out that comes with it. And you can't replicate this fold out because it's a different size paper. So if you see like this fold out and it's cut off at some point, it's because it's a bootleg. So that's how you know if it's a bootleg or not, because this thing gets bootlegged all the time. And they actually did just a copy that just had this and that on it at the time. So just a fun fact, but always been one of my favorite EPs. Just so satanic and just fucking amazing, man. I can't say enough about this. It gets better with age. Like even when I was younger, I mean, you read those.
Ken, you old fart. You can come on anytime you want, and you know it. Damn it! You said you were retired. Come on.
He's just fucking around.
I know he is. We love you, Ken.
Good to see you, Jen. Ken, thanks for hopping in the chat.
Jen.
I'm trying to drink, type, and switch screens at the same time. So Ellen's doing too many things at once.
Chen's death metal crypt. Bootleg channel.
Yeah.
From China.
Ken, let us know. You're on anytime you want. Anyway, sorry.
Anyways, man. Yeah, just a stone cold classic that everyone should own if you like black metal, or even like early. It's almost early death metal, man. It's
really punkish too. A lot of punk in it.
But listen to it again. The guitar tone on that is just fucking sick.
I don't know what it was. I mean, I like the song Death Crush. I prefer De Mysterious. I don't know. A little more formed, a little more evil in a different way. Evil in a different way. Jen is taking over. I'm out.
I like how I like how it's just chaotic. That's what I like about that.
Yeah.
About the demo. It just seems like guys that are just like, we're gonna put this shit out. And you even had like Metal Forces at the time giving it like 0 stars. It sounds like a fucking dump truck, and it's got like the worst reviews. But I mean, I just listened to this and I'm like, man, this is still really good. I just think and I get it. It's not produced great, but
yeah,
it's fucking black metal, man. Like it's not supposed to be produced great. But those guitars are not, just have this crunch to them that I can't even like fathom getting at this day and age. Because it's probably like 2 amps connected to like fucking a HM2 pedal with weird like settings on it or something weird. Because we all had HM2 pedals back then. I mean, that's the first pedal I ever had. I didn't know it was going to blow up. That's just what I got because it was.
And we didn't set it the way that they end up using it because it sounded too crazy to turn all the knobs all the way right. It would be like,
Right.
What's this sound?
Well, plus you had I had like a PV Backstage Plus, and you could just turn. You didn't even need a fucking pedal for that thing. That thing was just gave out a crazy tone. But man, I've been trying to find another one of those, but it's going to be pricey these days. Right along with the HM2 pedal.
Yeah, I found one years ago at a Guitar Center for $25 used.
Shit.
That was before. Now you can't buy them for under $100 now. Nope. Plus they just did a line of them too.
Yeah.
You can buy a new one again.
Yeah, but it's not the same. I have an old school Metal Zone, so
I could never get. I had one of those for a hot minute, and I couldn't get that thing to sound right. It just too many freaking.
It does. It has like 2 different knobs on each thing.
Parametric EQs sitting on top of it. I heard that Brutal Truth's first album was recorded with the Metal Zone, so I'm like, I'm getting one. I bought it, and yeah,
Gorilla amps.
Gorilla.
Those Gorilla amps are sick.
Yeah. All right, Alan.
I gotta say, I'm very intrigued on what Jen's death metal crip would what the content, how they might change direction just a little bit. Okay.
Holy crap, that Jen is ugly.
Let's jump over to some new wave of British heavy metal. I promised several folks in the chat we'd have some of that tonight, and let's start with one of the real early classics, 7-inch EP by a band called Mithra. The EP is known as Death and Destiny, just one of the 4 tracks on it. It's on the old Guardian label. It's that kind of classic orange label with the warrior-looking icon on the top of it. Mithra were one of the first big success stories in the new wave of British heavy metal. This was just a band in the right place at the right time. They had kind of built up a following, playing live through like 79 into early 80. And they were going to work up a cassette tape to send around to try to, get some interest, get some reviews. But the person at Guardian Records convinced them to come in and actually do a vinyl item instead, which obviously worked out in their favor. They pressed up, at first they did 200 copies, mostly to, again, give away, sell at shows. They were playing around the northeast part of England quite a bit, where they were from. Sent them out to, folks like Jeff Barton for, reviews to try to get in all the, sounds and the music papers. And it ended up going over extremely well. This single stayed on, I think it was the Sounds like heavy metal singles weekly chart for something like 11 weeks in a row. It got a great review. They rapidly sold out and ended up having to press lots more copies. Before anybody kind of, loses their crap out there, all the pressings are identical. There's no way to tell if you have one of the original 200 or if you have one of the thousands of copies that were made after that. They are all exactly the same. Never came in a picture sleeve, just orange Guardian label, 2 tracks per side. Guardian's a real collectible label, but this is one of the easier and cheaper ones to find even to this day. And it has a great sound. At the time, they were kind of compared to what Def Leppard was doing very early on. They've got that same kind of high energy sound. Yes, they're stealing some licks from bands like, Budgie and other 70s bands that were inspiring these groups. But, all the songs, good impact, very tight. You can tell they had been playing out and about a lot. They really had their sound nailed down really well. And it just went over a storm, even to the point where it eventually got, licensed to a bigger label. I forget the parent company's name, but they ended up putting it out on one of their subsidiaries called Street Beat, which was not a very big subsidiary. But this time they put it in a picture sleeve. And so this is kind of the classic image everybody associates with Mithra, the kind of stylized big phoenix, eagle, condor, perhaps, just throwing it out there, maybe some kind of giant bird on the cover. They did this one on both 7-inch and 12-inch versions. Like Dennis mentioned in the intro, sometimes EPs, especially in the UK, would get both treatments. This is the 7-inch version, and they ended up leaving one of the 4 tracks off. Boo. But when they did the 12-inch version, it had all 4 tracks that were on the Guardian version. So it gets a little confusing. This is the original pressing. Then, this is the 7-inch version that has a picture sleeve, but you're missing a track. And then you have to get the 12-inch version if you want the picture sleeve and all 4 songs in one place, because that's not confusing at all. But yeah, they just were hit at the right time, right there at kind of the dawn when new wave of British heavy metal was really exploding in 1980. They were also kind of one of the first casualties, though, of the new wave of British heavy metal. They never got a follow-up release done. Not too long after this came out and started selling really big, the main songwriter, John Roach, left the band. He ended up in a lot of other projects. He played with Fist on their Back with a Vengeance album. Was in some other bands at the time. So, he made a good go of it. Mithra recorded a bunch of other stuff, but it never saw the light of day back in the day. They were one of the first bands to get an anthology treatment when interest in this stuff was picking back up in the late 90s and earliest 2000s. Those unreleased Mithra recordings, that was one of the first sort of, archive, dig it out of the vaults kind of things that I ever saw get a reissue or a proper issue for the first time. The songs on it are really good. Some of the songs on it are a little bit so-so, but this is just one of the iconic early new wave of British heavy metal things that really helped get a lot of people excited and prove that there was a very substantial underground movement, that the band didn't have to be signed to a giant label to sell thousands of copies, that they didn't need to, headline for Thin Lizzy or Judas Priest to generate a lot of hype and attention, that you could do it on a very underground level and make a very good go of it. So yeah, interesting case study. All 4 songs do absolutely rip on it too. There's not a bad track on the EP. And just so folks know, I am a sick little monkey in having both the 7-inch versions. I'm not so sick that I have the 12-inch version as well. And also because it costs more and I just can't find it.
That's why. That's the only reason why.
Given the opportunity and the right price tag, yes, I would pick up the 12-inch version. But it is probably the rarest of the 3. The Guardian is the easiest of the 3, which is weird. Most stuff on Guardian is really hard to find and very pricey. Mithra is one of the few exceptions where you don't need to pay a lot to get that one if you want the original vinyl. Excellent EP, prime new wave of British heavy metal. Marty, over to you.
I'll follow that up with another classic EP. Nuns Have No Fun. I can never remember.
Fun.
What's that?
I thought they had lots of fun.
Well, she's not. It looks like she was for a minute, but now not so much.
Maybe she had fun and now she's getting punished for having too much fun?
Could be. I can't remember if the white board or the black board is the first pressing. Was it the white was the first pressing?
White's the first. Is white the second? Okay. I get it mixed up sometimes too.
So this is the first pressing then, the black. Okay.
No, second press.
This is the second press. Okay.
White border's first press. I only have second press too.
Well, mine I bought off eBay back in the day when, again, people were giving away records, and I got it for cheap without an insert, which thankfully Alan had a spare insert. So now this is a complete set. So, but yeah, this is the start of a solid beginning for Merciful Fate, Corpse Without Soul, Nuns Have No Fun, Doomed by the Living Dead, and Devil Eyes. 4 great songs. Awesome all the way around. One of my favorite bands. Heads Up, Straight Up, all that good stuff. I always like the cover too. It speaks to me. Yeah. It not only just because of, the obvious reason, but these little ghouls down here are pretty sweet, simplistic and just cool looking. I don't know. Cool cover. Great band.
Yeah.
Classic. Awesome EP.
Classic tracks. Yeah. Another good example like the Queensryche, where just, from that first EP release, they're going to be great. Here, Marty, if you want to show folks what the difference is you were talking about, here's both of them side by side.
Oh, nice.
So there's the white border version and the black border version. So
are you sure both of those have an insert? You didn't give me one of those inserts, did you?
Would I do that?
Yes.
You don't get my Merciful Fate inserts, but
Okay.
both pressings did come with inserts. So yeah, you could get the lyric sheet regardless of which version you bought.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just that one difference of whether it's white around the edge or whether it's black around the edge.
All right. Dennis is back.
All right. Well, been showing a lot of black metal. Let's show some old school thrash. And this is a badass EP, man. Overkill.
Oh, that rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. This first EP on Metal Storm Records.
I have that as well.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Rotten to the Core, Fatalist Swallowed, The Answer, and Overkill. Nothing but bangers on this thing.
The Answer was the only one I'd never heard on that, too. It's like, what the hell is this? I got it way late.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but man, such a great EP. I remember getting this, not even knowing. I don't think I even knew who this band was, but you know that logo and the guys on the back, I knew it was going to be metal. So, and when did this come out? 83, man. Just a banger at the time. Just such a fucking great EP. I mean, obviously going on to Build a Fire after this, but this is a lot like raw than that record. It just goes for the throat on here, especially Fatalist Swallowed. Man, such a fucking banger on this.
Mm-hmm.
Man, just a ripper. Just a classic that everyone should hear. I think that Fuck You EP has this on it if you have the CD. But fucking just absolute banger, essential thrash metal EP from back in the day.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Good.
That was one, like you've mentioned, Marty, with those early days of eBay. That's where I got my copy when it was like 1997 eBay or 98 eBay or something. When like, three people would bid on any given record. And it's like, the bids are like $12, $12.50 and $12.65. Congratulations. You won by 15 cents.
Yep. I miss those days.
Yeah, eBay doesn't exactly work that way anymore.
No, I miss it. Yep. All right, Alan.
Okay. Let's see. Let's do death metal. I don't think I've done a death metal one yet. One of my favorite unsung death metal bands. Always got to bring them up with this kind of thing. This is one of Armored Angel's demos / EPs, depending on where you look it up. Some people refer to this one as a demo, some as an EP. I'm going to call it an EP, at least for tonight. It's the Stigmartyr demo. This is around 92. This is when they had Lucy and the Green Brothers, the kind of classic lineup. They had done a few demos before this that are good. They were more in sort of a very heavy thrash vibe, kind of German thrash influenced. On this one, though, they're really moving into that sort of darker death metal sound that was the classic sound they had on this era from the early to mid 90s. Some of my favorite death metal songs, period, on here. This one's great. The Mysterium EP that came after this is also good. Mysterium's another one of those that gets into like 5 or 6 songs and could be a mini album, and it makes my brain hurt. So I figured I'd go with Stigmartyr instead. This is the original Digipack CD from back in the day. These have all been reissued on vinyl in more recent years. So if you want those, you can pick them up. Incredible Australian band. If you're not familiar with them, you obviously have not listened to me talk for more than 15 minutes at any point in my life. But basically just imagine an Australian bolt thrower and with kind of a little where the riffs get that same kind of very dark, heavy, and almost trancey vibe at times, where they just kind of you'll get into a really good groove, repeat it, and just really lock in, really, really tight. It's just punishing, pulverizing stuff. One of the best bands out there. One of I've never had a huge footprint in the heavy metal underground or anything. I'm basically a guy that bought too many records, but one thing I was always really kind of happy and a little bit proud about was I did manage to help this band get into the firing squad section of Metal Maniacs back in the day. I got Jeff Wagner turned on to this band. he really was excited about them. I was in contact with Lucy at the time, had written back and forth with him a couple of times from Australia. And so I managed to eventually get them, to cross paths. And Jeff did a really nice write-up about the band. Unfortunately, it was right about the time the band split up, so they weren't really able to capitalize on that exposure. But I was always happy I was able to get them at least a little bit of exposure in the U.S. because they were an incredible group.
All right. I knew you were going to pick that too. I was looking through the CD collection. I'm like, oh, Armored Angel. I said, I know someone who's going to have that on tonight.
Yeah. Couldn't pass on that one.
All right. Well, they had another twofer.
There we go.
I got to say, Creator back in my teenage years is probably my favorite band. Everything they put out was absolute a banger. This, unfortunately, is a NMC, my local radio college station's promo, but I saved it for $1. I saved it from them. This might have some of their best stuff on it. Take Their Lives, yeah. Awakening of the Gods. What a great fucking song.
It's fucking amazing. Grabbed it too.
And this is the US version, so it's got US version only. Endless Pain, Tormentor, Total Death. Absolutely great. This one here, a little more fun. It's got covers on it. A cover on it. Was it Impossible to Cure is the Raven song? I can't remember. We just talked about this last week. Or was it Lambs to the Slaughter? Anyway, there's some live stuff. There's Impossible to Cure, Lambs to the Slaughter on side 1. Side 2's got Terrible Certainty, Riot of Violence, Awakening of the Gods live. I always liked the artwork and how, again, it's twisted. It's the same way on the back. Very cool. Classics. I love Creator. I love this band up through Extreme Aggression. Coma Souls is okay. I don't know. This band was just amazing to me. And this early stuff it just rages so hard. It's just so dark and dirty.
Not going to talk about Millie's half shirt.
Well, you showed Mayhem with Euronymous. He had a half. He's notorious for a half shirt too. Yeah, the half shirt is always a questionable option, isn't it? It just doesn't really resonate.
At least he didn't combine it with the bowl cut, from the Sodom look.
Yeah, Tom Angel Ripper's bowl cut.
It looks like a Pleasure to Kill white shirt, which I've never seen.
I can't tell in the picture. Plus, it's kind of dark in here. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a shame.
That same DRI shirt right here.
Yep, it is. No, it's different. The font's different.
Oh, okay. You sure?
Yeah, look how skinny the font is here, and how fat yours. You've got a fat font. Just saying. Your font's fat.
I think it's the same one. I might be a little bit new. I think that was the only one that was out in the 80s. Might have been different. I don't know.
It looks like a different font. Anyway, Creator, love it.
Badass EP. One of my favorite EPs. Take Their Lives and Awakening of the Gods.
Oh, Awakening of the God. What a song, man. Crazy.
His vocals on that. They're so fucking nasty in that guitar tone.
Everything is coming out of him. It's just like, how do you get that much phlegm and nastiness? It's amazing. He's just great.
I was like so pumped for Terrible Certainty when that EP came out. And then the Terrible Certainty came out. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? This sounds like Testament.
Yeah, it's a pretty transitional record.
Yeah, and I was like, this doesn't sound like that EP. Fuck.
No.
I thought they were going to get heavier. Instead, they got more technical. It is
what your font's thicker than mine? Probably. Frank, come on. All right.
It's all about width.
That's right.
Girth.
It's not about the size. It's about whether it goes at 33 or 45 RPMs.
That's right.
All
right, Dennis.
Let's do a death metal. Oh fuck yeah, dude. Let's do this. Let's go Dismember Pieces.
Oh, that's a good pull.
Cool.
Oh, man.
You want to talk about an album that sounds super caustic? Man, that thing is just so shittily produced, but it's awesome.
Sounds so fucking. It sounds like they just went in and were like, let's just make these songs and just fucking drink beer and fucking make these. Like, it's so fucking nasty sound.
It's like the guitar tone on Eternal Devastation, but with an HM2 pedal. I don't know.
Oh, and then you get these
Sizzling
inserts in here too, with like all the releases that were coming out at the time. Oh, you can just buy all these shirts. Somebody get that Abomination sweatshirt.
Oh, that'd been awesome. Yeah.
But yeah, man, this EP, man, is just a ripper. And it's just even that cover, like the pentagram of the severed heads.
It's a great idea. Yeah.
Like,
love it.
Oh man. Carnal Tomb, I Wish You Hell, Soon to Be Dead. Just a really, really heavy death metal. Like this shit was they took like Ever Flowing Stream but they still had that melodic sound to them too, where they had those like guitar parts, obviously going into like from Carnage and stuff like that, those like very macabre sounding guitar solos and interludes that would come like, and it would just Dismember would just blast out, and then they'd have like these weird metal like melodic parts mixed into their stuff during this time. So it was like obviously they were into like new wave of British heavy metal, but they were doing it like with an HM2 on some of these the early records for sure. But this one was always one of my favorites. I always loved this. I just love how they were always like very aggressive early on with like their just their scenes like this, even coming up with these kinds of like pictures where they would like actually pose for these kinds of things. And
that's Fred Espy.
Yeah.
The drummer.
And then like they're on Like an Ever Flowing Stream with them with all the blood on them and bullet belts and shit like that. It's just fucking amazing, man. I just like that kind of stuff is just, I don't know, man. It's just in the heyday, you can't like, they're just coming up with, it's not just the music. They're coming up with this kind of macabre imagery, even with the severed heads and the pentagram and the crucifixion on the back. It's just, it makes it more brutal when you listen to it, I guess, with the imagery. So, I mean, kudos to those guys. I mean, obviously they went on to like, do more like Death and Roll with what's that, Massive Killing Capacity. But the first record, the demos and that EP are just fucking bangers.
Yep. 100%. Alan.
All right, let's do a little classic metal here. So one of the kind of, underground favorite unsung albums. Start with a picture of an album here. Out of the early days of Finnish metal was this one, Oz's Fire in the Brain, their second album. Cool cover there. Great album.
That's actually Quorthon's hand, I'm told.
I've heard that. I don't know for sure, but yes, I've heard that. It was Quorthon holding the flaming skull candle thing. Shortly after the album came out, the band also did a 12-inch EP. I kind of like they used the kind of the same idea, but this time the skull's not on fire. I guess they couldn't relight it or something. But this is Turn the Cross Upside Down, which is a non-LP track. The other two tracks, Gambler and Searchlights, were both off the album. It's a real high energy album, great kind of crunchy European metal attack from the early 80s, a little heavier and faster than what a lot of folks may associate with European metal. It's not thrash whatsoever, don't get me wrong. It's just very strong, powerful, traditional heavy metal. This thing, the big deal though, is this non-LP track is just an absolute classic of the era. If you have never heard it, yes, if anybody watching has never heard that song, pull it, pause this, hop over to YouTube in a different window or something, different tab, and check out this one song. It is an amazing headbanging anthem. They absolutely just destroy it on that track. The other songs are great too. The album is very good overall, but this one song, this is their moment. If you don't know anything else or ever hear anything else by Oz, you need to hear that one track. It's powerful, it's heavy, it's got a great, fast, galloping, catchy, sing-along, pound your fist in the air kind of chorus. Fantastic, perfect. It's everything you want, European metal in 1984 to sound like. So, yeah, the EP can be a bit of a pain to find. The album, not so much. The album's never been that hard to track. The EP, I guess, didn't circulate as well. I am indirectly responsible for at least one copy being completely destroyed and erased from existence. The first time I tried to buy this off a dude on eBay, I got it for a good buy. Waited, never showed up. Emailed him after 2.5 weeks, hey, where's the record? Turns out Bobo the seller had decided it would be an excellent idea to try to get the very minor warp out of the record so I wouldn't be angry and send it back to him. So he used a fucking iron on the vinyl and erased the grooves. And so he explained...
Did it take care of the warp, though?
Huh?
Did it take care of the warp?
It took care of the warp. It took care of the A side. It took care of the B side. It was just a nice, black, flat, shiny piece of vinyl. You put the needle on it, just went immediately to the middle. He ended up sending it to me with a full refund. He's just like, I'm an idiot, and I'm so sorry. Here's your money back, and I'll send you. He's like, the record, it does have a really nice copy of the cover. I didn't iron that, so maybe someday you'll find a nice copy of the record to go in that has a bad cover or something. So for years, I had an extra cover. I don't know if I still have the extra cover. I may have given that to somebody at some point. But he included the record too, and yes, it literally was just glazed flat.
You think once you started, you would have stopped once you noticed what was happening, but no, he flipped it. He finished the job.
He saw it through to the end.
Get it done.
Both sides just. So eventually got a copy that wasn't ironed. So this copy does play okay. But yes, there is one less copy in the world due to somebody being a little overly concerned that I might leave them negative feedback for a minor warp, which as long as it played okay, I wouldn't have done. He had said it was minorly warped in the description, and I still bid. So, but anyway, go check out that track, Turn the Cross Upside Down by Oz. You'll be hard pressed to find a better mid-'80s European heavy metal song.
It's a banger.
It is an absolute banger. 100% correct, Dennis.
Well, Dennis got to start on death metal. I've got a bunch of death metal EPs here, but I'm going to start off with this one first because this band had two really great EPs. This one is probably the best music they've done, in my opinion. And that's Bloodbath, Unblessing the Purity. Super fucked up cover artwork. I mean, it's just not right. This has, what the hell's his name? I'm looking at his face. The dude from Opeth.
I don't know. What's his name? Michael
Ackerfeld. Oh my God. Why was that? Anyway, the first song in here, Blasting the Virgin Born. Holy crap. It is the most evil, fast, demented death metal song that, he's ever sang on. His vocals are just super, super sick on it. Their best song, hands down. The 4 songs on here are great. Weak Aside, Sick Salvation, and Mouth of Empty Praise. Blasting the Virgin Born, though. Holy crap. This album is worth it for that song alone and this cover art. I actually have a t-shirt of this. I just don't wear it around much because it is pretty fucked up. I don't know. I'd start having kids involved in a picture. It's same with Blood Ritual by Sam Aile. That something wrong with that cover, but I love that album anyway. But this is an amazing EP. Check it out. Did I show the inside? It's just lyrics. Stuff. Very shiny. Yes. Awesome. Check it out. More death metal to come from me for sure.
For sure.
Dennis.
All right. We took too long for this, but going Slayer, Haunting the Chapel.
There it is.
Just fucking absolute fucking masterpiece in my opinion. This is Slayer almost at their evilest.
They were so good back then.
Yeah, man. Show No Mercy to Haunting to Hell Awaits. Just fucking amazing, man. Chemical Warfare. They still.
That might be one of their best songs, really.
It is, man.
Yeah,
just those riffs on that song, they're fucking amazing. Even Captor of Sin, fucking Haunting the Chapel. Those 3, Haunting the Chapel is such a fucking evil song.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This album, this EP to me is this is when I always thought Slayer was definitely into some sort of rituals at the time. as
Catholic
a kid,
Catholic rituals.
I remember seeing them at on the Ultimate Revenge, and they were just talking about like, hey, like we're talking about the Necronomicon, and like they were like actually doing these kind of satanic rituals at the time. They're probably just messing around. They're just young guys, but still, that I think that had an effect on the music that they were producing.
Sure.
And I mean, coming from Show No Mercy to this, and then Hell Awaits, which was way more Merciful Fate influenced, I think, way more technical, but very, very evil, especially on Hell Awaits and this album. The songwriting is just amazing, and the lyrics too are very in depth. Very thought out, I guess. Jeff Hanneman wrote a lot of the music on this, and Kerry King did some stuff, but I always thought Kerry King was more of a just a guy that I don't know. I don't want to say shit about Kerry King, but he's not like the best songwriter.
Nah.
In my opinion, Jeff Hanneman was Slayer. I mean,
Tom Araya, I mean, you can't really deny his character and his vocals.
Of course.
That was definitely one of the biggest characteristic and uniqueness of that band.
Yeah, I really felt like Jeff Hanneman and Dave Lombardo, those were the guys. They were more into like the punk scene.
Yep.
They knew music, whereas like Kerry King and Tom Araya were just like Judas Priest guys. I don't even think Tom Araya even knew Judas Priest when he started Slayer. He didn't even know what metal was. He just could sing. But man, this album is just like this cover just epitomizes how it's like, just like some guy did like whiteout and drew blood over it. Like that's the shit right there, man.
Yeah.
It's like almost black metal-ish. When Slayer was early, they were like definitely influenced by Venom and Merciful Fate. So just a banger of a record. One of my all-time favorites, but I mean, Slayer's my favorite band. So, I mean, up until, Seasons, but fucking just a banger.
Awesome. Great pick. Alan.
Oh, sorry. Something meant to shout out at the beginning of the show. If folks missed it earlier, the guys over at Contact and Blood streamed earlier and did their top 10 favorite metal bands. I didn't get to catch the whole show. I caught the last bit of it. But yeah, if you're looking for something else really cool to listen to, definitely go check that out. They always have a really good conversation on their streams. Lots of, very thoughtful analysis on their topics. And obviously it's a fun topic to see what they each picked.
Yeah, so, they're totally cool dudes too. And they're funny as hell. The four of them have a cool friendship, and I watched most of it today too. And I had to quit around dinner time, but yeah, definitely. I was going to shout it out too, Al. I'm glad you remembered because I totally forgot.
Yep, I spaced on it earlier too. Sorry about that, but definitely go check that out.
I think it was on Andy's channel, wasn't it?
Let me see. I've got it pulled up over here in another tab.
What were you gonna say, Dennis?
Cool guys.
Yep.
I did catch a little bit of it, but I was like trying to get these records together too.
Yeah, I was kind of pulling records
and be like, "Oh, that's cool," and then like leave, and they're like, "Hey, Dennis, what?" It's like, where'd this guy go? So I don't like to do that on streams. I don't like to get on and then like just take off, and then it always seems like somebody's asking me something later, and
right.
Like, I guess he took off.
Yeah, there may be a link to it on Andy's channel, but they have it on the actual Contact and Blood channel.
Oh, that's right.
As well.
Yeah,
they do have their own channel for that show.
Yep, definitely go check it out. Good show, good channel. They don't do it enough, to be honest. They need to step up the production a little bit.
Yeah, as I know, it's very hard for them to all get on the same schedule, but when they do it, it always turns out really good.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's do this one next. We're doing some kind of raw, evil, underground stuff tonight, and I'll throw one more name in the hat there. Italy's Death SS with their Evil Metal 7-inch EP. This is actually really kind of the only thing they got released during their original run. They had some compilation songs and stuff. There were rumors of other 7-inch singles that came out before this, but that was all just hype. Those singles were never actually released back in the day. But this one was. Very cool cover on there. Death SS, goes back into the 70s, very much kind of, playing on the horror metal concept. Each band member, would have, costumes and makeups like a classic movie monster. So you had Zombie and Wolfman and all this kind of stuff. Music, very, very, again, kind of, a very rough, caustic kind of vibe to it. They've come back in different incarnations over the years. One of the early members, Paul Chain, he was, I believe, out of the band by the time this came out, if I remember. He, of course, went on to a very long career doing, lots of, very varied albums with his own projects. Steve Sylvester was one of the main guys for Death SS. That's been, kind of the central figure over most of the band's history. But this is a good example of just, they kind of established that, very kind of quirky sound and the weird vibe that a lot of 80s Italian heavy metal bands emulated. These guys were there first, and they influenced a lot of other kids to go start a lot of other bands. And so, of course, they kind of, followed the blueprint they'd seen Death SS use. That those Italian bands all have, that very sort of, off-kilter vibe where it's a very creepy. Sometimes some bands trended a little more psychedelic, others trended a little more doomy, but you can definitely hear Death SS in all of those groups. The EP I'm showing here, you don't see it very often, and there's a reason for it. There's actually a sound defect in the recording, so that when you play one side of this, it's got a weird glitch in the sound. I remember when I got this and played it the first time I was listening to it, it's like, I know there's nothing wrong with my stereo, so there must be something wrong with this record. I dug into it. So I was like, well, actually, all the copies have that weird issue. And so a lot of copies of it got destroyed. It's frustrating again. Just, it's 1983. It's a small Italian label. Quality control was not such a thing. So that's one reason this has always been hard to find copies of. A lot of them were just flat out destroyed because it's, kind of glitchy sounding. But it's a kind of raw underground band to start with. You're not listening to Queen's Reich here or something. So you can get past the glitches. You can hear, the tracks on other compilations and collections, anthologies that have come out over the time. So always one of those kind of cool and interesting bands. They're not my favorite group on earth. I think some of the other Italian bands are a bit better and more interesting. But these were the ones that started and had a lot to do with inspiring that scene. So figured it was definitely worth pulling out the old Death SS EP and showing that one tonight.
Be a cool shirt.
It would be. I bet someone out there has bootlegged that. They're bound to have by now. If there are Randy shirts out there, all the shirts have been made. There are no shirts left to be made after you make the Randy shirt.
No. He's the end boss of bootleg shirts for sure.
Once you've done Randy, you just kind of shut down the press and you don't screen anymore. There's nothing left to do.
Here's where I lay down my sword by the river. Yes. My sword and squeegee.
I have died on this hill, and I've said my. What's the line from "Oh Brother, Where Art There"? I've said my piece and stomped my foot 3 times or something. And he's like, "Darn, she said her piece. Darn, she said her piece." Then they have to go get the ring, and stuff goes down.
Yep.
Folks who have seen the movie know what I'm talking about. Those who don't, I'll shut up rambling and let Marty get on to another show. Oh, Ian, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Ian. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate
Ian's
it.
Shouting out all kinds of excellent suggestions tonight in the chat. He's definitely spot on.
All right. Well, you already seen a glimpse of this, but yeah. Emperor's Return. Love the cover art. Another one I got for super cheap at the local record store for $1.99 back when nobody wanted records.
Right.
Yep. Great shape. This has Circle of the Tyrants, Morbid Tales, Dethroned Emperor, and Visual Aggression and Suicidal Winds. Classic era of the band. It's Celtic Frost. There isn't really a whole lot to say, but this was another huge band for me back in the day. Until Into the Pandemonium, which, I felt pretty betrayed on that one. I just did not like that. It grew on me over the years, but still I put it on, and once in a great while I'll put it on. But man, there's some good songs. Inner Sanctum is one of them. But there's some. What were you gonna say, Dennis?
Get some bad songs on there.
You start off with a Wall of Voodoo cover. It's like, what were you thinking? This isn't
that the intro song.
I know why. I mean, that's not avant-garde. That's just stupid stuff. But the band finally got their stuff together and ended on the most artistic avant-garde piece. Celtic Into the Pandemonium for me isn't it. But anyway, Emperor's Return, awesome EP. Listen to the crap out of this when it came out.
Yep.
And what do you say? It's classic. Absolutely classic.
Can't say anything. It's just a masterpiece. I pulled that one too, but just a great EP. But I'm going to go with this one. It's in the same vein, but Apocalyptic Raids.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
It's great.
Look at that demon dick.
He's awesome. Yeah. So let me ask you this, Dennis. Is your copy, my copy, side A is 33 RPM, side B is 45. Is yours that way?
What? No, I don't think so.
It's weird.
Oh, it's got an insert, though.
I don't know if mine does or not.
Oh, let's see. I don't know. I don't think so. 33. It's got the old Metal Blade logo.
Let me grab it.
Yeah. There are several different various pressings on that, and some of the differences are pretty minor, like how pink or how red the logo is and little stuff like that. So I don't know if that would affect how the different sides play. I haven't taken my copy out in ages, so I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Was yours the Metal Blade version?
Yeah, Metal Blade.
This is the noise.
Oh, that's why, because the noise is a different press.
Uh, 33, 45. It's weird. I don't know why it would be 33, 45, but it is. I think it's pretty interesting they did that.
Huh. I'm pretty sure mine's Metal Blade. I'll go check real quick.
Yeah, but man, such a great record. When I remember buying this when I was a kid and just being blown away by this.
I got it for $1.99 at the same record store.
Nice.
Dude, there was an endless stream of gold there for a while. Yep. I had a buddy that worked there. He'd call me. He's like, hey, somebody just got born again and sold all their metal records. I won't put them out. Teresa, she priced them all. She doesn't know what she has.
Yep.
$1.99 a piece. I won't put them out until you come out here. I'm like, I'm on my way. Don't sell anything. And I'd just be like,
that's how I got my first full Fate picture discs. The OG guy was like, "Oh, I don't listen to this shit. It's satanic."
Yeah.
He's like, I think I got 2 King Diamond picture discs, them and Conspiracy off them as well, because he was like, "If you don't buy this, I'm just gonna go burn them in the field later tonight." And I'm like, "What?" It's like, yeah, that's some satanic shit, dude. I don't listen to that. I'm like, well, you can just give them to me. Like, why are you gonna go burn them? But anyways, man, this is just a great evil fucking record.
Yep.
Again, it's another one of those records that can never be duplicated. I don't even think the demos even kind of touch this record.
So some of the demos are pretty crude. I enjoy them, but some of them are really starting to push it a little bit in terms of maybe you shouldn't have maybe you don't need to hit record just yet.
It's youthful passion. It's powered by youthful passion.
Yep. Force Aggressor. I mean, it's just so like they're just coming. Like this is like another, like I was talking about. What was that band? Sodom. It's another band that's just taking these elements that they're influenced by, but like adding this extra dimension and extra like their take on this kind of blackened, even maybe thrash. It's not really thrash. It's just really in a league of its own. You can't compare it to really anything else at the time. And it's just a really good evil black metal record.
It's definitely first wave. It's first wave black metal. It's the only way it's the only way you can describe it, really. It's its own thing.
What, Jason? $150?
Yeah.
I think Marty paid $1.99. I think that's what it goes for.
Yeah. I saw a copy at a record show last weekend. Wasn't in top shape, and it was I think they had it tagged at 75. I didn't look at it too much. When I looked at it, but it's like, yeah, the cover's, it's got too much wear for me to look at it for $75. But
no, I know,
yeah.
but I mean, just, and again, and I get it. Like you have to like, oh, I don't want to like be this OG guy, but the records sound different. Like when you get a repress, it just doesn't sound the same.
They master it. They brick wall stuff. They ruin. I want to hear it the way. If I want it louder, I'll turn it up. You know what I mean?
But it's digitalized. So I mean, even though it's on vinyl, it's not an analog. I mean, they do analog. Don't get me wrong. There is record companies that do analog stuff, but that's like Beatles and stuff like that. I don't think anyone's really done a big metal and they don't take the old tapes. I mean, I think Nuclear War will take some of the old analog tapes and put those on vinyl, but a lot of times they just take digital copies. You're basically listening to a CD on vinyl, which doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, it's just a different, even if you listen to Black Sabbath on 8-track, that's a different experience.
Yeah.
It sounds different. It's a different experience, but you know, I'm getting away from this. But Hellhammer, man, and the early Celtic Frost, those are like gems and like black metal. Like the whole black metal scene kind of revolves around, I think, Celtic Frost and Venom, and obviously Bathory. But I mean, Bathory is more inspired by Venom. So, but those three bands, I think, kind of like, I mean, even if you go back and you listen to like early Darkthrone, you can just hear like Bathory and Venom in there.
Yep.
And Celtic Frost, obviously. So
on the first album, you heard a little Autopsy on there too.
Yeah, and here's the thing too with second wave black metal is everybody's like, oh, that's not black metal because Darkthrone's black metal, or you know, Satyricon or whoever it is. But those bands had other inspirations. They can take from death metal, whereas these bands back then, they couldn't take from anywhere else besides new wave of British heavy metal and like Black Sabbath. That's all they could take from back then. So they had to create this kind of genre that like obviously evolved into thrash and death metal. And then those second wave, they took all the thrash and death metal that they had heard and put that into their sound as well. So they had way more. That's way more than just, you know, that first wave. So,
well, I mean, all the class, all those Norwegian bands, every single one of them, Immortal, they all came from old Funeral, which was kind of death metal. You had Emperor, which came from Thou Shall Suffer, which was death metal at the time. Dark Throne was a death metal band. Enslaved came from the band Phobia, which was death grind. I mean, they all, you know, were kids. And I love that first Dark Throne record. I mean, like I said, I love the Autopsy vibe on it. It's just a great evil death metal record. Awesome.
It is. It's fucking amazing.
Their best record.
I mean, but you have to think like these like Dark Throne changed their sound from death metal because they didn't want to be like associated with death metal because it was like a big commercial thing at the time. And they're like, fuck this, dude. We're just gonna play old Bathory songs. And that's what we're gonna do now. We're going to play Bathory and Celtic Frost songs and just speed them up. But they already had that. They already have the knowledge. I mean, those guys are good musicians. Just listen to Soulside. Like, they were jamming out on that. So they already had that knowledge to them. But, you know, everybody's like, oh, no, that's not black metal. Dark Throne or whatever is black metal. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's like, makes no sense to me. But.
All right, Alan, you had one show. You're up next anyway.
I checked my copy. It is a noise pressing, and yeah, it does have the same 33 and 45 RPM sides. Yeah, we absolutely must. The next time this gets reissued, I want a sticker right here in the cover that says "Powered by Youthful Passion."
Yep,
that would be awesome.
Powered by fucking Tom Warrior's. His Metal Forces ad where he's like seeking witches.
Yep.
All right. Let's go with something a little less underground, a little less raw. This is a random one flipping. I kind of forgot about it until I was flipping through the racks. I was like, oh, that's neat. There were some EPs back in the 70s. It kind of gets in the under the radar at 79. Judas Priest, Evening Star. Not the best heavy Priest song ever recorded. Not
I like it though. I like
it's
that
okay.
song. I like it.
It's a little.
Yeah, I like it.
Good picture though of the band from that era. Like the cover. The deal with this one. Well, there's a couple of neat things about it. One. It's a clear vinyl, no labels. Kind of weird.
That's weird.
Yeah, don't really get that. It's also as a 12-inch single. The flip side is really the reason I picked this up version. I just found this in a record store decades ago and was like, oh, this is looks kind of cool. But the B-side, it has a live version of Beyond the Realms of Death, recorded in Cleveland in May of 78. It's a really good version of one of their best songs. But it also has on the B-side their cover version of Green Manalishi. And they do a great job on that cover. It turns out the reason this thing exists, what happened... when the album came out, of course, as most folks know, it was called, Killing Machine in the UK, and it didn't include the Green Manalishi. So when it basically, the label put out, Evening Star as a single, and like we've talked about tonight, what do you do with the rest of your EP? If you're using it as a vehicle for one song, you put the one song on the A side, and you put some random stuff on the back side. So they put the cover song and a live track on the back side. When the album got put out in the States, of course, the title got changed to Hellbent for Leather, and the Green Manalishi's in the track list. So there would never have been a reason for this, to have been released stateside anyway, not that they would have. But yeah, if you have the Hellbent for Leather pressing, you had both of these tracks. You didn't need to pick this up for anything else. But in the UK, this was the way you got Green Manalishi to go with your copy of Killing Machine. So kind of a goofy arrangement, but it ends up working well because I love both the tracks on the B-side, even if Evening Star is not exactly my favorite Priest anthem. So yeah, kind of just a random. I don't think it's particularly rare or expensive or anything like that. It's something I found for like $4 in a record store sometime back in the 90s. It was clear vinyl. It had 2 great Priest songs on it. Like I had to pick it up.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's do another one I listened to the crap out of back in the day when it came out. I had it on tape, though. This is a reissue, of course, but Possessed, The Eyes of Horror. This is on the with the
forgot about that.
Beyond the Gates. But this EP was produced by Joe Satriani, which some people would be shocked to hear that, who was guitar teacher, instructor for Larry Lalonde, who was in Possessed, went on to be in Primus. I think he was in Blind Illusion before Possessed, right?
Yeah, Blind Illusion, then Primus.
Yeah. And then Satriani was also a guitar teacher for Kirk Hammett. I think Gary Holt as well. I don't know if that's true or not. I know Hammett, but not Holt. But yeah, Joe was a prolific instructor for a lot of the Bay Area scene at one point, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. But Confessions, My Belief, The Eyes of Horror, Swing of the Axe, Storm in My Mind. This is kind of the band getting a little more social. I don't want to say political, but they're kind of shedding the satanic stuff a little bit. But the songs are so catchy and they're still really evil sounding to me. The riffing, a little bit of serial killer stuff going on in here. It's just great. And it's really a bummer what happened to this band. It would have been really interesting to hear them go on. Granted, they're back. I mean, Jeff Becerra is back. He's pretty much employed the dudes from Sadistic Intent, I believe, some of them anyway, to continue on with the band. And their album, their comeback album is pretty good. It just isn't the same. It's cool, but it's just not as good as this stuff. But
they're all gone now.
Who's all gone now?
All the Sadistic Intent guys are not in the band anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They're all different guys now.
You want to talk about the world's most unprolific? There was supposed to be like the second Coming of Darkness album or the third Coming of Darkness album, and it never happened. and they're still playing shows. They're playing festivals. And where is this record? They said it was recorded by Bernie from Agent Steel, and the tapes got lost. Why didn't you re-record it somewhere? Why is that? I mean, I'm sure that would be killer to hear. I mean, that band was on fire when that album was supposed to come out. Talk about the biggest waste. I mean, where is it? Where is that? The Second Coming of Darkness? Where is it? Anyway, oops, I turned it around again. But yeah, The Eyes of Horror by Possessed. Absolute banger of an EP. Good, solid 5 songs. Every single one of them is a good song. So definitely check it. If you've never heard it, check it out.
Just a banger, man.
Banger.
Love that record. It had Possessed, like, basically, like, becoming more, like you said, more social, but the production on that was way different than Beyond the Gates.
It's better, way better. It's more roomy. It's just had more vibe to it.
And those riffs on that record, they're just really fucking catchy. Like that whole record. Well, shit, dude. Since you mentioned it, let's bring this one up then. Sadistic Intent.
Yep.
1990.
Killer.
God damn, this is a fucking banger.
Evil death metal. Totally great.
Yeah, this is on Wild Rags Records. I used to have the vinyl, but I traded it. Luckily, I still have the cassette. But man, this is really evil sounding death metal from LA. Obviously influenced by Possessed and Morbid Angel, but fucking just a great record. Every song on here is just really good, and I've seen Sadistic Intent a few times, and they put on a great show. I mean, it takes them like about 45 minutes to set up, but every time I've seen them, they go through this massive sound check, and I'm like, dude, what is going on with these guys? But I guess it's like their records. They could just never like come out with something. It's just,
I mean, if your record got lost and it was held hostage, go somewhere else and record it. At this point, they could have recorded it on an iPad, and it'd have been fine.
But this is 1990 California death metal, and there wasn't a lot of stuff coming out in California at the time. Obviously, you had Terrorizer, but that's more grindcore, and I think one of the guys in here was in Terrorizer. That was a pretty close-knit scene at the time in LA. Whereas like the Bay Area, you had Autopsy and Exhumed, and then you had like Plutocracy and Immortal Fate. But that was pretty much it in the Bay Area as far as death metal. Well, there was Abhorrence. There was a couple other bands too. But it was very slim pickings as far as death metal goes in California in the 90s, early 90s, I mean. So, I mean, this was a big deal at the time, and I just don't know what happened. Obviously, they opened up a record store.
Dark Realm.
I think they bought out pretty much all of Wild Rag's stock at the time and opened up a record store. So they had a lot of good shit when they first opened up because they bought out all of Wild Rag. So they had all this.
I wonder if that's still going, if their store's still open. It was called Dark Realm.
It's still open.
Is it?
Yep. And every time you go in there, you're going to hear Possessed playing.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all they listen to. I mean, that's cool though. I mean, they're huge Possessed and Creator fans.
Yeah.
But they're cool guys. You can go in there and just talk to them. They just run the store. So it's cool though to like have that kind of connection with the scene. And that's kind of what the death metal scene was about, or even is about, is just connecting with like people and not being like, bigger than life because I'm in Sadistic Intent. I mean, who cares?
Dude, put out another album already. What the fuck?
Put out a full length.
Yeah. Do something. I mean,
it's the irony that they're on the show because they've only ever put out EPs.
Yeah.
I don't think the only band that's ever put out EPs.
They're awesome. Their material's sick, dude. It's great evil death metal. It's awesome.
Yep.
But wow, not prolific.
Only EPs.
Yep.
But yeah, killer band.
Killer band. Alan.
All right. Don't know if we've done a doom metal one yet. Let's give doom a little bit of love here. Picked Processions, The Cult of Disease. So a little Chilean death metal, or doom metal here, rather. Procession's gotten a little bit of chatter on YouTube channels lately. Marty discussed one of the Procession full-length albums on one of the Wednesday Album Club review shows just a week or two ago.
To Reap the Heavens, I think it was called.
Yes, I always forget the name of that one. And Kellen did kind of a nice deep dive on Chilean metal, kind of an overview of the country's history with heavy extreme music and stuff on his Killing for Company channel. If you haven't seen that, you should definitely go check out both of those videos. Cult of Disease was one of the first things Procession released back in 2009. I've always liked it a lot. Picked it up when it came out. They have a pretty standard classic sounding doom metal vibe. The vocals, though, are a little bit different. Gives it some more character. It's not, the vocalist isn't kind of classically trained, or it's not someone you're going to say is an amazing singer in the sense of a Candleman, Eternus type vocal delivery, but it still works really well for the material. It gets that same emotive vibe across of things being kind of bleak and depressing, which is a lot of what you're kind of aiming for with doom metal. So the band's still around, just put out a few albums since then, but I always liked this original EP by them. This is another one where calling it an EP feels a little weird. You've got 6 tracks on here, but some of them also run pretty long, so it kind of feels like a very short album. And I wanted to pull something from Doom tonight, since I was just trying to get a little cross section of stuff. Maybe Doom's a little hard to get across on EPs because the songs do run a little bit longer. I'm not sure. I found a few other Doom EPs. We may or may not get to them. But if you're unfamiliar with Procession or some of the other Chilean doom bands, they're definitely worth a listen. They do some pretty cool stuff on those albums. And again, check out Kellen's video for better recommendations than what I can provide. Kellen knows the scene very, very well.
Indeed. And his channel is called Killing for Company, for anybody that is wondering. So go check out his channel.
I forgot to mention it. Killing for Company, great channel. Good stuff over there.
All right. Well, this is a reissue of a very cool EP. It came out in 1995. This is For Funerals to Come by Catatonia. This came out directly after their debut full-length Dance of December Souls. So it's in that vein, kind of like a Black and Doom kind of vibe. This reissue has a couple extra tracks on it. But I just love the mournful, dreary edge of this stuff. It's blackish, it's doomy, it's just a really good combination. The songs are super mournful, vocals are still pretty harsh. I don't know. This is 1994 Peaceful Records. This is a 2011 reissue, but they put out several EPs throughout the years. I do like some of the clean singing where they were influenced by The Cure, but this is my favorite era. This and the EP and the demo, the full length and the demo, up through Brave Murder Day. They were kind of a special band at that point. Then they changed. They were special then too, but it kind of wore out pretty quick for me. But it would have been cool to hear them continue on a couple more records in this vein. Very good stuff. Good EP.
Agreed on all points.
Oh yeah.
All right, Dennis, I have to go use the little potty boy potty. I'll be back.
The little potty boy potty.
The little potty boy potty. Be back.
Are you mic'd up?
Something slightly underground.
Let me get my mic on.
Slightly underground Finnish death metal. Depravity. Silence of Centuries. This is a really dark Finnish death metal EP. This was on what's the label on this? I don't know. It's been re-released, SSRP, but it's been re-released. This is a sealed copy. I'm not going to open it because it's fucking rare as shit.
Cool.
Got lucky finding this copy. I can't remember her name, but the daughter of Richard from Wild Rags was selling a bunch of stuff that he had, and she was selling on eBay for pretty cheap. And I was lucky enough to get this, and some other stuff from her at some really good prices. But this is really, it has that kind of Finnish sound like Demigod almost, but it has these really, like a Dremelic Demigod, but it has these really dark, like guitar interludes again, kind of like almost like Dismember, where it has these kind of like horror inspired death metal riffs. And I think this came out in 93. So if you're familiar with like death metal from 93, you know what you're going to get here. It's got kind of a creepy cover too. I don't know what's going on with these like blue ghouls, but they're not having fog.
They look unhappy about something that's going on. Their
Right.
sauna's too hot or something.
Oh, well, there you go. Love this EP.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't know that one. I checked over here. It says on the mothership that it was originally on Adipashare.
Oh, okay. Yep, you're right. That it does say that on the back.
Yeah. But yeah, I've never seen that one before. That's interesting.
Oh yeah. If you like bands like Demigod, Adremelec, those kind of Finnish bands, this is just amazing, crushing old school death metal that you should definitely check out. You heard this one, Marty?
I have not. I've seen that shown around the VC though.
Yeah, man, you got to check this out.
It's a cool cover. Are they Finnish?
Yeah, Finnish from '93.
Is that the same guy that did the art for Nest Fight by?
It looks like it.
Looks like the same artwork.
Yeah, but yeah, really good dark, really good rhythms. It has those like rhythms where it's like you have those like three like bar chords where it's like and then it's like like they have those rhythms, and then they go into that like mid section where they have that almost dark melodic sound to it, but fucking amazing.
The Finns just had a dark, evil tone to their death metal. It was really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that cover artist has done a lot of stuff for different Finnish bands. It looks like Turkka Rottinen.
Yep. Rantanen.
Rottinen.
Yeah,
okay.
if you guys like dark Finnish death metal, that's the pick I picked.
What was the name? Who was that? Deformity?
Depravity.
Oh, Depravity.
Yeah.
What's the name of the album?
Silence of the Centuries.
There you go. All right.
Well, Simon knows him.
Yeah, he's probably got every original that ever hit Australia, which is where all originals go to die.
Yeah, he found it in like some bargain bin with a cut corner.
Yeah,
for $12.
He was hanging out with the dudes from Men at Work and looked in their closet, and they're like, "Oh, hey, you got these old OG pressings of death metal albums. You want them, bro? Roadie? Yeah, sure.
You want that? No. Well, you gotta have a Vegemite sandwich first."
Yeah, of course he has the original. Simon, how does crap even make it to Australia?
That is the original, but mine's sealed, bastard.
It's sealed because he has to ship it by law to Australia because that's where it just needs to go. Anyway, we're talking about Finnish death metal, so I'm gonna have to wait because that is mixed up. So let's go with. Oh shit! Let's just do this. Probably one of my favorite EPs as far as EPs go. I've listened to this thing 20 bazillion times. John Arch, A Twist of Fate.
Ah, good call.
John Arch comes out of a very long retirement. For those of you who don't know, John Arch was the original singer for Fate's Warning. Well, the original recorded singer of Fate's Warning, I should say. Sang on the first 3 classic albums. Then he was kind of let go from Fate's Warning. And he just he tried out for Dream Theater, didn't work out, and he went in a long retirement. Well, he got together with Portnoy on drums. Oh my God, why am I blanking on names? Jim Mateos and Joey Vera on bass, and wrote 2 songs with this lineup, Cheyenne and Relentless. They're both very long songs. It's proggy. It's in the vein of Spectre Within and Awaken the Guardian, Fate's Warning, with more of a prog twist. But it's heavy, and the fact that John came out of retirement and still his voice sounds immaculate. This album, this is just a 2-song thing. It is fantastic. If you can find this, the cover is so stupid. It's just like you would look at it and it's like a typical Metal Blade, like in the 2000s type of artwork. It's just shit. But if you like John Arch and you like Fate's Warning when it was with him singing on it, this is exceptional. Both these songs, depending on my mood, could bring me to tears. It's just, they're so good. His voice is so perfect. It sounds great. I can't recommend it highly enough. It is one of my favorite EPs, hands down. A Twist of Fate by John Arch. Absolutely fantastic.
I gotta check that one out. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, and then he went back into retirement again for a while until him and Jim Matheos got back together to do 2 Arch Matheos albums, which is in this vein, but they're a little bit more proggy even. But this is fantastic. Portnoy on drums. It's just great. Absolutely great stuff.
So it's only 2 songs. Do we still get to call it an EP?
Yeah.
It's always referred to. It's funny. Yeah, it is referred to as an EP. You're right. But
well, it's a 12-minute and some second song and a 15-minute song. So it's about a half hour long, you know.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's totally awesome. Love it. Dennis.
Okay. I guess I heard some backlash against death metal, so let's go with some fucking classic fucking metal.
There's more death metal coming. Don't worry. I got a bunch here.
That's a very good one.
Full Moon's Eyes, man. Such a fucking ripper, man. Where are these guys from? Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude.
Mausoleum.
Yep. Such a ripper. If you like bands like Holocaust, definitely sounds. I hear some Holocaust in here, definitely. But they have their own sound as well. Just a fucking heavy metal masterpiece. If you guys haven't heard this EP,
it's a great cover.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the lightning bolt is there. It's like they just didn't know what to put in the middle there. So they were like, fuck it, lightning bolt.
Yep.
But those 2 demon warriors are badass. So
it looks like a continuation of Power from Hell.
It does. It's probably the same artist, huh?
Probably the same dude. Same style.
Yep. Yeah, just killer record. I don't know. If you guys like more like I guess I don't want to say super heavy, but it has like kind of a heavier side to it, whereas like it's not like again, it's not. And you know, I just heard that one song from Holocaust, like Heroes Museum, reminds me of Holocaust. It almost has that same riff, but it has it's a little heavier than like Diamond Head and those new wave of British heavy metal bands, but it has like a specific sound that you can't really replicate. I think this band and like bands like Sortilege, they just have these kind of like these kind of off the wall sounds but the singer's really great on this shit. It's fucking just a banger of an EP. If you haven't heard this band and you like old school heavy metal, definitely check this shit out.
Yeah, that's a great one. I hadn't thought of that in a long time, Dennis. Yeah, it's got a good. A lot of the songs are very fast paced, but still pretty catchy. They're a little melodic, but it doesn't get watered down at any point. It's really good. They did a bunch of albums, and the albums over time, I haven't heard them in ages. I can remember each album getting a little bit softer, a little bit more accessible, maybe. But yeah, the EP and some of the early stuff is really, really good.
Yep.
All right, Al.
All right, since we were having fun with Simon a few minutes ago, we'll pull out an Australian metal EP. There are actual metal bands in Australia from back in the early 80s that had nothing to do with AC/DC. One of my favorite EPs of all time is this one by Taipan. It is a real howler of an EP. It's got kind of a weird production where everything sounds a little bit clangy, a little echoey, but it's all the songs on this just drive really hard. Very high energy stuff, over the top screaming, guitar solos just cutting through. These guys are absolutely trying to play it at 11. There's no doubt. And the songs just blast forth. Super high energy stuff, and very early 80s too. This is way before thrash metal or power metal are up and running. The This is the version you usually see, 12-inch EP. This was put out on the Bullet label in the UK and has, this very distinct sleeve with the big green screaming face. The same picture, and Frank is, I believe, the one who pointed this out to me a while back. The same picture was used for an album cover by the band Picture, where it's got like a yellow or kind of orangey gold color treatment instead of the green color treatment to it. So you can see a similar art, or really the same picture, just color shifted on another band's record. This is the easy version to get, though. If you, like I said, it's an Australian band, but that's a British pressing. It was originally put out in Australia as a 7-inch. And this is the 7-inch with a very different cover. This is what happens when your drummer's girlfriend's little brother does the artwork for you or something.
What is she holding? Crystals?
I have always
the lightning bolt from the Ostrogoth record.
Oh yeah, makes sense now.
What the fuck is happening?
I always thought it was like one of those old crystals from the Land and the Lost that you had to put inside those big pyramid things that the slee stacks always ran around inside. Those things scared the crap out of me as a kid, man. I had nightmares about those.
She's the end boss woman at the bar at 2:00 in the morning at every local bar in every city ever anywhere.
Whole lot of something Rosie's holding there. I don't know exactly what. But so
why
yeah,
were they friends with Chuka or whatever that little Sasquatch guy was?
Chaka. Yeah,
Chaka, yeah.
Those things were okay. I could deal with those. The slee stacks, my therapist and I have discussed those for hours on end. We're making very little progress.
Chaka was always creepy to me. He was just always like,
Yeah, he was just like,
a little crabby.
Yeah, he never bothered me much. It was just kind of like, Planet of the Apes ripoff kind of thing. But the sleeve stack, the whole moving around, happy place. Let's get back.
Her other hand has a turd in it. Hey, Frank, when you're at the bar at 2 a.m., beggars can't be choosers. Sorry.
But yeah, so this is what the band originally put out in Australia. And this can be a real bitch to find. I've seen very few copies of it. They just aren't out there. Simon, I don't know what you and your countrymen have done with these. You fed them to kangaroos, or you used them to build houses for koalas to mate in to try to reconstruct their gene pool or some crap. But we have all the good metal from the whole planet circulates into Australia. The least you guys could do is let a few more of these trickle out to the other 6 continents so that people could find them a little bit easier. This was a real pain in the mind. But musically it is amazing. These tracks, absolutely all guns blazing, scorching. If you just want to hear, crazy over the top guitar solos, people screaming over drums, just pounding away, this is the one to get. It's absolutely amazing. The band came back in the 2000s and did some full-length albums. And to be honest, I was not too impressed by them. Some of the tracks were older things that they just never recorded back in the day. Yeah, but the fire just wasn't there. They did some demos, and I actually have some live recordings from their original days in the early 80s. And some of that stuff, they could deliver on it. They had some other good tracks too. But yeah, the reunion stuff, I tried. I mean, I sat through like 3 of the reunion albums, I thought, because I love the EP so much. I'm like, they're bound to get better. They're bound to get better. Just never quite got there. But yeah, not talked about very much. This is not rare. It's not hard to find. It's not expensive. Absolutely worth picking up, or at least giving a listen to if you like really high octane early 80s heavy metal.
Someone asked, who does Taipan sound most similar to?
That's a good question.
And Laps asked, were those a bunch of penguins?
Don't know about the Penguins. Trying to think of a good comparison. It may just be the production that's leading me this way, but maybe a little bit something like the fastest songs by some of the Ebony label bands like Chateau or Savage. Just in terms of having that same very raw, high energy guitar work. And again, having the production always being just, a little bit off, but not in a way that ruins it. So you might think that some of those later new wave of British heavy metal bands that were definitely starting to push towards a more faster sort of, very primitive power metal sound. may not be the best comparison, but that's the best I can do off the top of my head. Definitely, again, just hop over to YouTube, play the song, and you don't have to listen to me, stammer around looking for a good comparison. You can check it out for yourself real easy. It's great stuff.
All right. Cover of the night, though. Chick holding a turd at the bar. Love it. Okay, let's go to some more modern epic metal. Megaton Sword with Neuralet. Yeah. These guys to me are a pretty special band. Are they the best epic metal band I've heard? They're probably not, but this EP I think I like a little bit more than their debut full length, although that has the Blood Hails Steel, Steel Hills Fire song on it, which is really a great song. But this does not have that caliber of song on it, but the 3, 4, 5 tracks on here are all very solid, well written, excellent band from Greece. Greece. Now I need to know.
No, Portugal.
Portugal? Okay.
The band?
The band.
Yeah, Portugal.
They're Portuguese. Right on. I did not know that. Anyway.
Listen, I'll double check.
I think you're wrong, man.
I'll double check while you go ahead.
This is you say epic metal, it's easy to go to Manila Road, and it isn't really like that. It's more
okay. Sorry, Marty. Switzerland.
We're both wrong.
Yeah, we're on the right continent.
They've got 3 releases. All of them are really good, worth owning. They're kind of unique in the epic metal scene. Are they as good as Atlantean Codex? Probably not. No. They've got a very the songwriting is really solid, but isn't as strong as their singer. Their singer is what really elevates this band. He's got the type of voice, you either love it or you hate it. I know Alan was really on the fence about it. I think he ended up on the side of not so much in his wheelhouse, but they're a special band. Definitely check them out. This is their debut, Neuralet, Megaton Sword. Very good. We just did a album spotlight on their latest album, Strength and Power, or I can't remember the name of it. I think it's Strength and Power. Myself, Kellen, and S. Craig Zoller.
Might and Power.
Yep. So definitely a cool band. Check it out. Dennis.
All right. I'm going to go way back to another classic. We're going Destruction, Sense of Death. Just a fucking all-time banger for me. I remember hearing this as a kid and just listening to it on my Walkman at school, and I was just like, man, this album. I think I already had the Sodom when I got this, but this one, it just had these riffs, man. They're just like very unique. Obviously, you have Total Disaster, Black Mass, Mad Butcher on here, Satan's Vengeance, Devil's Soldiers. So very similar, like lyrical wise to like Sodom, but this was way more like all over the place as far as music goes. I don't think there was anything really coming out at the time that sounded like this. Just had this sound that was so fucking. There it is.
I always preferred this cover.
Yeah, I have that one too, but
this is the US Metal Blade.
Yeah, that's Metal Blade. This is a Steam Hammer. But I just thought like this, like all the bullet belts and everything, it's super over the top. And I always like compared this band, not necessarily on this EP, but definitely on Infernal Overkill, as a band that was trying to play Show No Mercy, but didn't really understand how. So they like played it in a different style. They're all wearing Show No Mercy shirts on that record, which is weird. If you open up the insert, they're all wearing Show No Mercy shirts. And it has this kind of Show No Mercy like guitar stuff, but it's so like different. I don't know, man. This album is it sounds evil. Like it's another one of those records that just sounds evil. I don't know if it's the perms or if it's just the the bullet belts or the upside down crosses, but this shit rules. It always has. I always loved this record, and coming out at the time, when was this? 85, I think. It was just different. There was no other bands that sounded like them. I don't think any band has really ever sounded like Destruction. Back in those days. I mean, obviously bands today, like a lot of bands, like when that retro thrash stuff hit, every band sounded like Destruction. It was like Destruction and Creator were the the 1 and 2 bands that every retro band sounded like, and for good reason, man. Amazing fucking record. Just a banger. Definitely needs to be in everybody's collection if you like old school thrash metal. Just a fucking old. And this is the thing too, is that image, like that again carried this record a lot. And like Marty was talking about, even on his cover, like you see that cover as a kid, and that carries more of a. It carries more of a. This kind of expectation that you're going to listen to, and it delivers. It definitely delivers, unlike the Demon record.
Yeah.
Well, Demon rules, but I mean that record, like with the guts and all that, I thought that was going to be the most thrash metal record ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no,
like,
yeah.
This is
bait and switch is what they call that.
But this one delivers. So just a ripper.
Killer stuff.
Good stuff. Yep. All right, let's do a new wave of British heavy metal one. Let me check this. Yeah. So we've had one green cover with crazy eyes. Why not another one?
Wow.
Now that's some hair for you right there. This is by a band called Damascus. Little known new wave of British heavy metal band. This came out around 84, just small pressing kind of deal. Damascus music is pretty good. It leans a little more accessible. This is not an Iron Maiden or anything. If anything, it's probably closer to like later or mid-period Tigers of Pantang. Two things though that really kind of get the band across. One, the songwriting is very good. And second, they had a very good vocalist. One of the better singers. A lot of those bands, as it has been discussed from time to time, a lot of those new wave of British heavy metal bands, one of the big limiting factors was trying to find somebody who could sing. A few bands had great vocalists, and a lot of them just had one guy who could stand up behind the microphone without getting nervous and puking all over it. But the guy from Damascus has a very clean, very strong voice, very smooth, very emotive, works incredibly well. And so, yeah, well, the tracks on here, this is not the heaviest stuff you're ever going to hear. It's, definitely carried just, by the talent alone. There's a couple of versions of this EP. So most folks have said this is the first pressing. It's where the back cover, you get some pictures of the band to check out. Not as much fun to be had here as some of the other band photos we've seen tonight. But then there's actually another version of it. I've usually been told this next one is the second press, although I've heard some people contest that. The second press front cover looks exactly the same, but then the back cover looks exactly the same. Because the image was so awesome, they decided to put it on both sides. And the band photos were just put on an insert that was put in with it instead. Musically, labels and all that, it's the same songs. There's no change between that. And again, I've usually heard that the this version that shows the big green head on both sides is the second press, but there doesn't seem to be universal agreement on it. The band did get the anthology treatment, like just about every other band that recorded something between 1980 and 1990 at this point. The anthology has this same image, but it's got a red color treatment. So it's kind of easy to spot as like, hey, that looks familiar. It's just the wrong color. And it's got some extra demo tracks and stuff like that on it as well. So yeah, one funny story with this one, this was one of the first rarer new wave of British heavy metal albums I became familiar with, looking at mail order catalogs. I did an episode over on my channel, Let's Talk Metal, a couple of weeks ago, where I flipped through a couple of these old catalogs from '94. And One catalog I got around that time had the Damascus listed, and the guy hyped it up quite a bit. It was like $150. He had it cited as one of the rarest records from the whole thing. So I was like, okay, wow, I can't buy that, but that's interesting. Strangely enough, I ended up actually getting to hear it at my college's listening library. If this is a foreign concept to younger viewers, back in the day when dinosaurs ruled the earth and I was in school.
We don't have younger viewers. Let's be honest. We're a bunch of middle-aged bastards here.
At some point, you could, libraries would have usually, a room or a wing or, a department where you just went and listened to stuff. They had records and you're just like, I want to hear this. And they either handed you the record to take out to a turntable, like in a little, cubicle that had a turntable and a headphone jack, or they had the turntables in the back. And then you just went out. You said, like, I'm at cubicle number 3. I want to hear this record. And they would play it back there and you'd plug in the headphones and listen out in the cubicle. There are mysteries in this universe that will never be solved. How this relatively small college in Ohio had a copy of the original Damascus EP in their listening library.
Makes no sense.
In the 1990s, no. Penguins tap dancing on a starship makes no sense. This Damascus record in Ohio, it's like digging in the fossil record and finding, the remains of a half exploded nuclear warhead right next to the alien spaceship and a caveman. I will never understand how that record ended up there. I tried to buy it from the librarian. That didn't go over very well. I was told that, we don't sell things. This is not a record store. It's just like, hey, just, got some little folding money right here. I can just leave it on the counter. The record. Nobody else has ever listened to this record, lady. Look, you check. You've got it right there. It's just like, nobody has ever come and listened to this record. Nobody else will ever come and listen to this record. I wish I knew what happened to it. I know what happened to it. Eventually, they would go through the collection every year and cull out stuff that nobody was playing and do a big sale where you could buy stuff. And I guarantee you that record.
Why don't you just check it out and not turn it in?
Well, again, that was the thing. You couldn't actually check the records out. You had to listen to it there in the listening center. So like I would have to go up and say, like, I want to hear, here's the record I want to hear. And they would put it on the turntable in the back. And you just had like, a headphone jack in a cubicle where you sat and listened to it. You couldn't actually sit there and hold the record or touch the record. Believe me, if that had been a possibility, I would have found some way to peel the damn library sticker off of it, slap it on a Linda Ronstadt album and hand them that one back. And carried the Damascus out on my coat and run like hell if something beeped at me in the doorway. But no, they never handed you the records. So you couldn't actually do that. It was so weird. They had a Witchfinder General picture disc in their listening collection.
Which one?
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. They had Slayer, South of Heaven. They had a lot of good. They had Possessed, 7 Churches. They had a lot of really good metal stuff. I'd sit there in my Spanish homework and every 20 minutes just get up and ask them, like, can you flip over the record at cubicle number 3? Like, are you still listening to that? They just look at you like, are you still listening to that same stupid looking record? I can just leave some folding money right here and it can disappear. No one needs to know.
You don't want to file that, do you?
There's no one around here. No one cares.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Do you think anyone else is ever going to request to listen to this goddamn thing? No.
Someone in the chat said that was Randy's cousin.
More hair, less lettuce.
Yeah.
But anyway, that is my way too long rant and goofy story about Damascus. If anybody has a copy of that and it's got a library calling card sticker on it from an Ohio college, let me know. I would love to know what happened to that copy.
All right.
I'm gonna go grab a drink, Marty, while you show us something cool.
Okay.
For some reason, I've heard that Damascus. I don't know how, but I have.
I don't know where to go. Oh, I'm going to do this here. We're to people that are grumbling about death metal. Sorry, but there's a bunch coming because there's so much good stuff. Here's a cool one. Autopsy, Fiend for Blood.
Fuck yeah.
Not only is it cool because, yeah, it's Autopsy, but it makes it even cooler the fact that Steve DiGiorgio's on bass on this. And Steve DiGiorgio and two things in the world that make it better a place. Steve DiGiorgio and Sadist and Steve DiGiorgio and Autopsy. It kind of puts the world in the right frame of mind. So you get this is a really short EP. I mean, it's pretty, there isn't a lot of tape on there. Squeal Like a Pig is one of the songs. Yeah. Super fast, short songs with a lot of really cool bass work cutting through the mix. I don't know if Gorgio's using the Rickenbacker on this or if it's a fretless. I haven't listened to this in a little while, but I just love the fact that whatever he played, it cut through and it just added so much. This early, like on the Severed Survival, for instance, I hear like death metal but mixed with stoner rock. I mean, they're like a stoner death metal band, you know. It just is sick, twisted, and the bass work just really adds a special flavor to it, especially on Severed Survival and Fiend for Blood. Awesome band, great little EP. I got this at Vinyl Solution in Grand Rapids back in the day. It seems like I paid a lot of money for it and was really disappointed at how short it was. But anyway, killer EP. I don't know. They must have reissued this tagged it onto something. Does anybody know? Did they tag it onto a reissue of like Mental Funeral or Severed Survival?
I got that with a Mental Funeral reissue. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, I think it's on. I actually have a split with it with My Dying Bride EP.
What? That makes no sense. No sense. And then I know they did tag on Severed Survival, Retribution for the Dead EP. So yeah, it might be the Mental Funeral. But yeah, Fiend for Blood.
A weird Polish cassette, and it's like My Dying Bride and Autopsy.
That makes that's zero. Makes it. Oh, they're both peaceful bands.
It's fucking amazing.
Yeah. All right, Dennis.
All right, let's go with another supreme banger. Sabotage. Dungeons Are Calling.
Nice.
Look at that cover.
The Turkey Baster cover.
Yep.
Baster. I think actually this was like some old embalming tool.
I've heard it was some kind of drug paraphernalia.
Oh, really?
Like it's modified for doing, I don't know. Drug culture is not my area, so
I don't know.
I've heard it was supposed
sure
to be.
It was the same guy that did "Killing Is My Business" cover. It's got the leftover chains. And
Yep.
I mean, it totally reminds me of that cover, but I mean, this EP, just a fucking ripper. Dungeons Are Calling. Man, just Midas Night. I think it's a misprint on here that instead of Midas Night, they wrote Midas Touch on the actual vinyl.
Lap says it's an opium baster. I don't know if he's being serious or I have no idea. The drug culture I know shit about, so it looks like a turkey baster though.
It's a ripping fucking EP, but the main thing I love about this, it's on again. I'll bring up Ultimate Revenge at the end of that, where they're like, "Coming out is Sabotage. Dungeons Are Calling." They like possessed 7 churches. It's like the best fucking ending. That whole video cassette is just the best, even with the Paul Bailoff intro.
Yeah,
with his fucking. If you want to hear metal tonight, I want to hear you fucking scream. It's just such a fucking classic. But it's God, I can't remember the name of the end of that video, but he's like, it's like some wrestling thing. It's like, we got the metal allegiance over here with Sabotage. But I mean, yeah, man, this record definitely lived up to the hype. I think I had this and Sirens at the same time. Both those, Sirens, is that a full length? I would assume it is.
Yeah, Sirens is their first full album, and then that's usually like the follow-up EP.
The EP. But yeah, City Beneath the Surface, The Whip, Midas Night, just
By the Grace of the Witch. Yeah,
man, just banging songs on this EP. It's such a classic. Every song on here is a banger.
It really is. Yeah. I think even granted, it's not as long as Sirens. I think it's a big step up from Sirens, while Sirens has several good tracks, it also has a few that are a little meh. But
Yeah,
this thing just is scary good.
I agree with you, Alan, as far as like Sirens. It does have some songs that are just like kind of like filler songs, but this is all bangers on this one.
Yeah.
And I didn't really follow this band much after this. I think I did hear Call of the Mountain King, or the one with the fist, Power of the Night. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's Power. Yep.
And that was more commercial. I feel like this is more like a speed metal record. Power has some good songs, but it's leaning more towards like a commercial side. And then Hall has some good songs too. I never really got into them after that, but I like Sirens, and this one are like my favorites for sure. Just a U.S. power speed metal banger for sure.
All right, Alan.
All right, let's show an obscure rare one for Aaron and other folks into that kind of stuff.
More rare than Damascus?
Actually, yes. But this one was not in the library. If it was, would have snuck back into the library
when you were there anyway.
not during my time there. This one's a Canadian band called Solar Eagle.
Oh, that's sick, dude.
Cool looking. It's a very simple cover, but this to all up and coming aspiring heavy metal musicians.
Dude, let's call it a band name Solar Eagle.
Solar Eagle.
It's like an eagle, but no energy.
If you don't like the name, you're out of the band, Solar Eagle. I'm just saying.
But hey, if you're on a budget for your cover art, we understand that. But this is how to make your cover still appealing to your heavy metal potential customer fan base. This looks cool enough to get people to stop and check it out, even though it probably didn't cost much of anything to assemble. Anyway, Solar Eagle, Canadian band. The best reference point for Solar Eagle is maybe a little bit.
Look at that S.
It's such a stupid name.
It's like, I don't know how to draw the S, really. It's just kind of
yes, we're just.
I'm not good with S's, guys. Cut me some slack.
We got some more space. We need to get it over there closer to the margin somehow.
Anyway, sorry.
Trail off. But yeah, everything else aside, this is amazing over the top. Think Agent Steel, but maybe just a slightly more proggy and slightly less speedy. The vocalist is really gunning for John Cyrus's position. If the guy had hung around, they very much could have slotted him into Agent Steel once John went nuts and got carried off in the spacecraft or whatever happened to him.
Yeah.
Same kind of just ultra high but under control vocal range. The songs are each a little bit different. One is just a straight heads down galloping heavy metal masterpiece. One of them has a little bit more of like a techie proggy vibe to it. Really just amazingly good songs. This is one of those cases where you hear the EP and like these guys have to be like on like 2 or 3 albums deep. You don't get underground bands doing independent releases that have this high a quality to them very often. We all love a lot of the random underground stuff for sure, but to be fair, at the end of the day, a lot of those bands, there's a limit to how much success they were going to have based on their talent. This band is amazingly good. The songs are just crazy, over the top, wild stuff, but really strong. They did one demo as well, and the demo was it was good. It's the same exact vein of material. This is, but yeah, this is the old original EP. There is an anthology where you can get this plus the demo tracks, so easy to check out. The original copies of this used to be insanely hard to find. This is one of those records that early 2000s, you would see copies push the $1,000 mark from time to time on eBay. Now, since then, this one has come down in price. One of the band members produced a bunch of old copies at a record show somewhere in the UK around 2014, give or take a couple of years. It's been a minute. But with this kind of thing, even though it's musically it's awesome, there's only so much demand for these. And there's just not, thousands of fans out there, screaming, where's my Solar Eagle?
Solar Eagle. No.
It's just not happening. So, when you all of a sudden have, a couple of dozen copies hit the market, that kind of saturates the market for a long time afterwards. Demand is met. The supply is more than adequate at that point, and so the price comes way down. Another thing you have to be iffy on before that happened, this had got bootlegged. So there's some pretty easy ways to tell them apart, but you do have to be mindful if you're looking at it. It will still cost you a couple $100 to get a copy of this. And so you want to make sure that, you don't get stuck with a bootleg that was made, around like 2011 or so, 2010, 2011, somewhere around there is where the bootlegs started turning up. But if you like stuff like Agent Steel, you like those vocalists that go really high, you like bands that just have this really quirky, over the top kind of sound to them that are fast, a little thrashy, a little proggy, check it out for sure. Really cool band out of Canada that just never went anywhere. A couple of the guys later showed up in another small band called Candelabra, kind of a weird play on words. The Candelabra materials, they did some demos, but it's not anything like this.
Opera Eagle. Frank says it's $150 to $200 on Discogs right now.
That sounds about right. Yeah. About 150, 200. Yeah. That sounds about right for a copy these days. Again, if you tried to buy that 20 years ago, I watched, 2 or 3 copies turned up one year, and I think they sold for like $650, $850, and 1,050. So 150 can sound insane. It's a hell of a lot better than it was, 1 or 2 decades ago. So not every record continually goes up in price. Sometimes they come way down. But it is an awesome album. Just go buy the anthology, listen to it for free on YouTube, whatever. It's amazingly good music. Absolutely deserves to be on top EPs lists.
All right. That was the album, the band name of the night. Just saying.
If they'd only had the lady from the Taipan pose, for the Solar Eagle cover, we could have got it all into one package for
That'd been great. Well, Alan put this on the thumbnail cover, but this is another favorite EP. This is Entombed's Crawl. Love this album, this EP. It's got the dude from Nirvana 2002 on vocals, and I liked it so much better than Nikki Anderson singing on Clandestine. This has got Forsaken, Bitter Loss, and Crawl on it. I like the production of it better than Clandestine. I just like it. I just like his vocals. If he stayed with the band, it would have been okay. But, Petrov came back, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, you wanted to add to this? I'm sure you pulled this as well, Dennis.
So that was the guy from Nirvana 2002, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I prefer him greatly to Nikki Anderson from
I love that EP. It's
Clandestine.
Raw and heavy. Not the slack Clandestine. I like that record too. But
I like it, but Nikki's vocals just didn't work for me on it. He's too punky. I don't know. The songs are too ambitious, and he was trying to sandwich words in there. I don't know. I like it. I can sing along with the damn thing. I loved it when it came out, but in hindsight, going back, people slam me for saying that I don't like that record. It's just not as good as the first one. It's not as good as Wolverine Blues.
Well, actually, nobody really liked that record when it came out. I remember when it came out, people were like, "Oh, this doesn't sound like Left Hand." And I was like, "No, it doesn't." And everybody was like, "It sounds like Slayer, dude." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know about that." Yeah, I get it. It's way more. They trimmed all the heaviness out of it. Almost, it's just very streamlined, like a streamlined death metal record. But that Crawl EP, man, that shit just crushes.
I've only ever had this on tape, and trying to find. I had a buddy I went down, visited in Detroit. He just has an enormous, amazing record collection. He had the EP on vinyl. Yeah. I'm like, I'm going to get that. Even back then, it was not cheap, and it has not gotten cheaper as the years have gone on. So I'm just going to have to live with the tape, I guess.
I have the tape and the vinyl. but
Yeah.
Luckily. Let's do more death metal.
I'm there. I'm in the. I've got some black metal stuff coming too.
Oh shit, let's do this one. Liars in Wait.
Oh, dude, that is such a brutal album.
Yeah.
It's so brutal.
This album, man, the Necrolord, fucking
Yep.
just a fucking ripping, evil, fucking death metal record from Sweden, man. What is this on? Dolores Records. I think so. This was like post grotesque, I guess.
Yep.
You can say. Yeah, man, just evil, almost a black metal feel to it. Early blackened death metal, but just ripping fucking riffs. Just take no prisoners death metal, I guess. The way it should be. And even that logo, man, it's just a fucking ripping record.
Yep.
That a lot of people actually don't really know about, honestly. Like, you don't really hear a lot of people talk about this record.
I must have a reissue of it because it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, this is the OG on Dolores.
Let me see what I have. I'll be right back.
Yeah. But yeah, if you like early At the Gates mixed with like black metal and yeah, this is where it's at, but it doesn't sound like your standard Swedish HM2 death metal, because it has just these like almost like, I don't want to say dissection, but there is some of that in there as well, the melodic to it. But yeah, man, and that shirt that they have for that's fucking sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, this is one you guys should check out if you like early Swedish death metal. This is like, again, not what you would expect from Swedish death metal, but this was how it was at the time. You had early At the Gates, early like grotesque and that kind of stuff, and that's where this was mixed with early black metal too. So
yep. Yeah, this is a Candlelight reissue.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, check this out if you haven't. Just fucking evil ripping death metal from, I don't know, 90, I want to say 92.
I could tell you. Hold on. Well, it'd help if I could spell. Wow. Okay, hold on. Drink more, dummy. $52 years old and I still can't spell. There we go. I got it. 92.
Yeah.
92. All right. Alan, you are up.
All right. Take a moment here and just say thanks to everybody in the chat. We've had a lot of folks watching tonight.
Yeah, there was almost 90 people at one point.
Yeah, and yeah, everyone's just listing tons of good EPs, much more being thrown around than we can possibly show, which just kind of highlights our point that it was a great topic Dennis came up with, and there's just a vast number of top-notch EPs out there to mention. So I'll go with another sort of old school, and since you guys are covering the death metal, I'll cater to those who are looking for some more of the old school kind of stuff. Next one's one of the best American EPs I've ever heard, and I actually did not hear this until relatively recently, the past 10 years or so. It just was never on my radar before that. It's a band called Stormtrooper, and the EP is called Armies of the Night.
That's fucking badass, dude. I love
it. It really is. This is one on the old Ironworks label. Kind of a cool, different kind of picture of a dragon beast being tracked down. Neat cover art. This is one you look at the picture and you might think, okay, maybe it's some kind of epic fantasy sword, dragon kind of metal. It's really not. This kind of sounds like you took something like Tank from the new wave of British heavy metal, pumped them full of steroids and made them record with, no sleep after like 36 hours of working out or something. It's got a punky vibe to it.
It reminds me of like early like crust punk.
A little bit. It definitely, yeah, it's definitely drawing from that kind of
It has
stuff.
that Motorhead punk style to it.
Yeah, it's got that, same kind of, Motorhead tank, kind of, very, barked vocals that are just very aggressive sounding. They're not black, they're not death, but yeah, just really, kind of, barking, shouting the vocals at you. The music's just driving fast, but has that kind of little bit of, punk melody that keeps it going too. It's just really in your face, really, much more aggressive than you'd expect to hear from a quote unquote, classic traditional heavy metal band around 1985. Blew my mind the first time I heard it. It is one of those I'd seen listed here and there, just never had a chance to hear. When I finally did, it was just like, holy shit, I've got to get that. And unfortunately, it's a little hard to track down. And a lot of this old Ironworks stuff, is kind of collectible, and there's random different pressings on it and all that kind of stuff. Don't think the band ever did anything else, to my knowledge, which is a real shame. Because this just pummels you. If you want that, kind of just raw, dirty Motorhead, but jacked up on some kind of really nasty drugs. Stormtrooper, Armies of the Night, really fantastic one that never gets its due. I guess just because, again, hard to find. I'm guessing there's a reissue or maybe a bootleg or an anthology by now. If so, and you come across it for a good price, pick it up for sure.
Very cool. Cool cover art.
It really is. It's kind of a different perspective. It's not a gigantic, dragon monster thing. It's already like laying on its back. The dogs are fucking ripping at it, and the guy's already skewering it. So, but it also has that kind of weird, black and white, almost woodcut kind of look to the art style. So it works really well.
All right. Let's get these out of the way. We were talking about finished stuff earlier, so I didn't have them together at the time, but I got them together now. We've got Amorphous' Privilege of Evil and Black Winter Day. Two very different styles a little bit, but this is basically when they shifted from the band Abhorrence into Amorphous. Those tracks were redone here. Very cool, evil, twisted death metal. Here was a little bit more when they started incorporating a proggy keyboard side, which I was way into the band when this thing came out. So Black Winter Day was the only song that came off of Tales from the Northern Lakes. And the rest of it, Folk of the North, Moon and Sun, and Moon and Sun Part 2, North Sun, were all exclusive to this EP, I believe. I think later incarnations of this also had the Doors' Light My Fire cover on it. Mm-hmm. But this is a OG press. Yeah, I mean, I love Amorphous up to this point. Afterwards, I still kind of liked them. It took me a minute to shift and get used to where they were going with the 70s prog vocals. But again, the Finnish death metal scene just had a twisted evil sound to them, and Amorphous were, Carillion Isthmus, and even though this had some pretty hokey sounding Casio keyboard sounds, I love Tony's vocals. They're just a sick, low, brutal style. Great, good stuff. Yeah, love it.
Yeah. Privilege rules, man.
Absolutely.
Tales from a Thousand Lakes, I could never really get into it. Just the keyboards for me. I mean, even those songs, the keyboards are like over the top, sounded like goofy sounding to me.
Yep.
But
they grew on me.
Obviously, like Abhorrence is my favorite fucking EP. One of my favorite death metal EPs ever. But and then Carillion is badass and Privilege, but yeah, after that, I don't know. They kind of lost me. I never really checked anything out after there. I think I've heard Black Winter Day, but yeah, Privilege is. I have that EP too. It's fucking sick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about another sick fucking thrasher, man. We're going Rigor Mortis Freaks.
Oh, cool.
Such a fucking banger, dude. These guys were from Texas, ex-Gamicide. Yeah, man. This album, like, the first album's good, but this thing, it takes it to another level. The songwriting on this, and you had what's his name, Mike Scatia, who went on to do play guitar with Ministry.
And the Corey guy, what was the bass player's name? Corey something? Casey.
Corey Orr.
Yeah, Corey Orr. He went on to be the bass player for Guar.
Guar. Yeah. Yep. But this album, obviously, these guys were very horror influenced. You had this the album cover. If you haven't seen the movie Freaks, this is what this is based on. Old 50s movie. I think it was the 50s, but very scary movie about a carnival freak show, about the freaks going after the carnival owners at the end of the movie. Oh shit. I was going to show you the album, but it's fucking sealed. I don't know why I have a sealed copy. But that's how it is.
Jack asked if that came out. Jack is asking if that came out before or after Mike joins Ministry. Probably before, I would think.
Yeah, it's before, because I think after this record he did join Ministry, because they came out with that like that weird UFO album. I can't remember. It's got some cool songs on it, but this one, like I want to say it's called Chained in the Attic. I'm sorry, guys. I got to get my old man glasses out here. Cattle Mutilation, The Haunted, which is based on the movie Haunted, 6 Feet Under, and Chained in the Attic. Chained in the Attic's a fucking bang. Just really, really good, catchy, horror-influenced thrash metal, but has this weird, like, kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but this evil, like, sound to it, almost like Blood Feast Face Fate has that kind of like this evilness to it, but this takes it to another level. And I mean, even on the first record, it was more hokey, but this one's way more serious and just goes for the throat. Just a fucking ripper. If you guys haven't heard this and you like almost brutal thrash, this is where you should go, especially if you like horror movies.
Right on. Alan.
All right. Yep. I'll stick to at least one more classic metal one this go around. Another EP, Love to Death. That band just never quite got its due. Group is called Sound Barrier, and
nice.
The EP is called Born to Rock. Sound Barrier had done an album before, a few years before this. It has a really weird style. I played it in ages. It's almost got kind of a, I don't know what you would call it, soul kind of vibe worked into the music. So it's kind of a weird rock, but leaning maybe a little bit into soul kind of territory. It's interesting. It never really clicked with me. But, after a couple of years, they kind of reinvented themselves as a much more straightforward heavy metal band and put out this EP themselves. After this, they did get an album on Metal Blade. Not one of Metal Blade's better known releases, but it's actually a very good album. But the EP here is fantastic. This is their best stuff. Band picture there. One of relatively few African-American metal bands from that era. Kind of like the band picture they were going, for like, the red and black straps and everything on all the, gear and stuff. But you get 5 songs total. There is one problem. It's an EP and there is a cover song, and they decided they would cover Born to Be Wild. Even by the mid 80s, this had been done to death. It's not that it's a reasonable enough cover version of it, but nobody needs to hear that again. Just don't. So you just listen around that. Conquer the World starts off, it's a very pacey song, great melodies to it, very sing-along kind of chorus, very anthemic. Raging Heart, it just has, this great, tense, energetic vibe through it. The way they do the vocal lines is just fantastic. Born to Rock, generic title, but actually a very good song. It moves along very well, really, keeps the pace going. And wraps up, Do or Die is also very, very strong. So if the cover song wasn't on here, this would be almost a flawless EP. as it is, it's still an excellent example of just, that kind of, classy mid 80s heavy metal sound that, lots of American bands, they were obviously, they'd heard some Priest and some Maiden and Accept, when we're taking that and doing their own thing with it. But yeah, great vocals, really nice guitar work throughout. These guys had an excellent sound. Most people, of course, when you think of, African American metal bands from the era, everybody points to Black Death, which, the Ohio band. Black Death had a few good songs. This EP smokes everything Black Death ever did, in my opinion. I know some folks really love that album, and that's great. I think it's kind of a cool album, but it has its issues. This EP is on a completely different level. Really wish this band, had gotten more recognition over time. Easy one to find, even though this was kind of put out themselves on their own little label. Never been hard to find. I'll bet you can find copies on Discogs right now for $20 or less. So not a difficult one to come up with if you're interested. What's Aaron saying here?
Black Death was the fucking greatest.
I know, Aaron. I know that's your favorite, and that's cool.
That's your favorite.
You take Black Death. I'll take Sound Barrier. We'll both be happier.
All right. I'm the only person I've ever seen showing this release on the VC, which I guess isn't strange for the fact that these guys were pretty obscure. But this is a 4-piece, I believe. Yep, 4-piece industrialized death metal band out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. This came out in '93. Bleed is the name of the band. Womb is the name of the
I just
EP.
showed that last week. Dude.
You did? I haven't seen it yet.
No, I'm just kidding.
I love this thing.
I do own that, but it fucking rules.
I don't know what it is about it. It's not really that experimental, to be honest. It's just death metal, groovy, with a definite groove, death metal with a drum machine and some samples put in here and there. This came out in '93. They're from Green Bay, Wisconsin. The guitar player went on to be in the band Aphotic, which is kind of an Opeth-y type of death/black type thing. The band changed their name after this and they changed the name to Crawl, and it's basically the same style. The album they put out as Crawl is very much in this realm. There's also songs on here that they redid as Crawl. So I had a death metal band. It was me and another guy back in the day around this time called Prosthesis. We couldn't find a drummer, so we used a drum machine. These guys were kind of an inspiration. This is just super catchy, well done, heavy death metal with a drum machine. They just do a really good job on it. I always liked it. I like the songwriting. Unique, good. I wish there was more. Well, I guess there was. Crawl. I don't like the Crawl release as much as I like the Bleed release, but it's good.
That Bleed release was super hype too when it came out.
Was it really? See, I never heard shit about this.
Really?
No.
Yeah, I have that and the Crawl too, but
yep.
I remember I don't know if it was in zines or something, but everybody was like, "Oh, this Bleed," because I think at the time, like that industrial stuff, like Godflesh and those bands were like taking the industrial metal thing to another level. Obviously, Ministry too.
Yeah,
and then Fear Factory came out with their first.
The first 3 Pitch Shifter releases were really
Pitch
killer.
Shifter. Yeah. Yep, that too. Shit, there was a bunch of bands. But yeah, I'm gonna go full on metal on this one. Let's go Leatherwolf. Oh man, this is a fucking ripping EP. I know this was actually released, I think, later as a full length, but this was the EP. And where were these guys from? I'm not too sure. Huntington Beach, California. So right along with Slayer, there was Leatherwolf.
Huh.
And if you haven't heard this record, Spider in Endangered Species, Seasons of the Witch, and then the best song on this thing is Kill and Kill Again. Such a fucking ripping, almost like a really heavy speed metal song. Look at those spandex. That's pretty cool.
All they're missing is the cod piece from that other band you're showing, and it'd have been a perfect ensemble.
And what is this on? It's on Tropical Productions. That makes sense if it's at Huntington Beach. But yeah, again, really good vocals. really good songwriting on here as far as like almost like US epic power metal again. Metal theologian's gonna pull out that leather wolf right now.
Better tell your wife to look out. Bring out the leather wolf, honey.
It's super hairy and ready for action. I like how he's ripping out of the record cover though. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I think these guys they came out with a couple of records after this. They were kind of more in the mainstream metal style, but this was more in the almost early speed metal style, like this American LA again, like Odin, and you had Leatherwolf, where these bands they looked like they were glam bands, but they weren't. And I think that's even like bands like Striper, they kind of look like, oh, you're gonna have like this kind of weird, like wimpy hard rock stuff, and then it was like more metallic than that. But this is really good US heavy metal, power metal, speed metal, just ripping. Just listen to the song "Kill and Kill Against," super catchy, just ripping shit. And that was like, what was that from? 1984, I think.
About 84, 85.
Yep.
Yeah, they're still around.
Really?
Yeah, they're still knocking around. They did an album in 2022, and they still show up at least on the live circuit from time to time. They actually, funnily enough, about 10 years ago, they pretty much single-handedly sank one of the small metal fests here in the Southeast by no showing. Yeah. I don't even remember the name of the fest. But they had done Leatherwolf. Leatherwolf was their headliner, and they no-showed. And the guy that was putting it on, he had done like 3 or 4 iterations of it. I think he was doing it twice a year. I'd have to look up the name of it. I don't remember. My wife and I went once, had a good time. It wasn't a huge bill, but he was getting decent bands in from around the country. The time we went, While Heaven Wept was the headliner. He had Theocracy that year. He had some band from South America. Don't know how he pulled that one off. But the next iteration around, I think, was going to be the 4th, maybe the 5th time he was going to put it on. And Leatherwolf was he was getting Leatherwolf to come out in from California to do it. And they backed out with reportedly not much of an excuse, kind of last minute on him. And he was just flat out just like, that's it. I'm done with this shit. I'm sick of dealing with, bands and egos and all this kind of ridiculous shit, and never did another. That was it. He never did they did it that one time, I guess, without Leatherwolf. But after that, he's like, I will not put on another one of these. I'm not dealing with this shit anymore.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure they wanted like an imported cheese tray, and it wasn't going to happen. So
how many green M&Ms can you really find, out in northwestern Georgia on short notice? I mean, come on, Leatherwolf, you got to be a little bit reasonable here with your demands. You're not Steven Tyler, for God's sake. But and to be fair, I'm sure the people who run those kind of festivals, I can only imagine that stuff does drive you insane. For those looking at Prog Power this year, I don't know if a single band that started out on the Prog Power bill is still there. That poor guy has had almost every single dance. Even some of the bands that were filling in for bands that backed out have now backed out. It's a fucking mess.
Well, it's like the Maryland Death Fest. You see all these bands from Europe, and it's like, how many of these guys are actually going to make it? You just, especially if they don't have any tour around it. If there's no tour surrounding it, they're going to fly over for one gig, maybe. It depends. I don't know.
Yeah, but the Prog Power situation this year is terrible. This isn't funny, but it almost is, because it highlights how bad it's gotten this year. The Prog Power cancellation situation is so bad. The entire hotel where all the bands were supposed to stay canceled. They literally called the guys like, oh, by the way, we're going to start remodeling like 2 days before you're supposed to be here. We're just canceling all your reservations.
Wow.
The whole fucking hotel and he's used this same hotel for ages.
So is Prog Power even going to happen?
As far as I know, it's still a go, but I have no idea who's left on the bill. There's been so many coming in and out. Windrose was one of them that's backed out on them, and reportedly
They just
Windrose
played the U.S. They just played. My kid loves that band.
I know they're relatively, and reportedly they've backed out on him 2 or 3 times. I'm surprised he invited him again.
They're not. Why are they even on? They're not prog. They're like Sabaton, but Middle Earth.
Most of the emphasis is on the power part, not the prog part for that festival. Most of them are power metal bands, but it's certainly open to prog. He usually has 1 or 2, quote unquote, good or higher visibility prog bands mixed in. But he has some heavier stuff every now and then too. There'll be something that's closer to thrash. But anyway, we've gotten off topic. To anyone going to Prog Power, cheers. I hope it works out.
Good luck.
Well. He's only planning to do Prog Power for a couple more years. He's been saying for a few years now that he wants to get to Prog Power 25 and then call it a day. So hopefully he can make it with situations like this. I wouldn't blame him for throwing in the towel a little bit early. He puts Glenn's his name. I couldn't think of it, but he puts a ton of work into working with bands, promoting that show, keeping everything up on it, and that man is paying off karma at a vastly accelerated rate. That's all I can think of.
All right.
Is it EP time then?
EP time.
All right.
Is it your turn?
I believe it is my turn. Yeah. Yes, because yes, we Dennis did Leather Wolf, which got me.
Yeah. Right on.
All right. We got one new wave of British heavy metal one left here on the stack. Let's make sure we get this one done. Folks ask about this one from time to time. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's Trader's Gate with Devil Takes the High Road. Cool. 12-inch picture sleeve. Pretty straightforward, but like the art for it.
I did shirts for someone we know for that with that album cover.
I've seen some Trader's Gate shirts float around from time to time.
I didn't do them. I know a guy. I should have said. Should have said
somebody
that.
Reportedly, allegedly, maybe.
Somebody that was very good looking man.
Yep. This is another one that's on that same Bullet label that the Taipan EP I showed earlier was on. Taipan's never been a hard thing to find on Bullet. Trader's Gate has always been very hard to find. And reportedly, it was one of the last things that the label was licensing as they were sort of basically going under due to financial problems. So it never really got much circulation. And as such, copies have always been very hard to find of this one. It is a very classy, very good slab of new wave of British heavy metal, though. Vocalist is pretty good. Songs are tight. One's a little faster. One's a little more atmospheric and moody. But it hits all the right buttons. Kind of in the vein, off the cuff, I'd say like a good comparison might be something like, earlier Persian Risk. Really high caliber stuff. It's always been kind of a underground fan favorite for new wave of British heavy metal collectors, which makes it a pain to find. But again, hey, there's anthology reissue thing. You can get stuff, no problem. A little thing to be careful about. I'm trying to remember the details here. There is or was another band in the UK around that time using the name Trader's Gate. They weren't connected to this one at all, and they had a pretty different and, in my opinion, not very strong sound. I spent a couple of years trying to track down demo. I kept, hearing, oh yeah, there's Trader's Gate's demos. Eventually tracked them down in like a CDR trade with somebody from Germany, I believe. And when I got them to listen to them, just like, what the heck is this? It sounds nothing. I mean, sure, bands change their sound and all, but it sounded nothing like the EP at all. And found out later on, I was like, oh, that's the other Trader's Gate, which, yeah, there's a reason they didn't get past the demo stage. Real shame this band didn't record more material and get like a full-length album out. It would have been probably one of the highlights of the whole new wave of British heavy metal if they had. As such, it's an excellent EP, just annoyingly hard to find. But hey, that's what anthology collections are for. You get all the cool music. You don't have to spend a big price, and you don't have to spend forever tracking down an old copy. So yeah, I believe that's the last new wave of British heavy metal one. I've got a few others from some different genres I show if we go around a couple more times.
All right. Next up, we're going to get into the second CD I ordered when I started hearing about all this second wave Norwegian black metal, church burnings and people dying. And So, I'm gonna have to check this stuff out. So I ordered 2 CDs from Century Media Distribution back in the day when they actually didn't suck too bad. I ordered De Mysteriis Dom Satanas, and this screwed up pressing of Hordanus Land.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yep. This Century Black version came with a red cover. It must have been a printing error. You can see the Emperor logo. But both of these EPs are good, but the Emperor to me is exceptional. I like Hordanus Land quite a bit, but I really, really, really loved the Emperor split. They got the inside of the insert correct. The outside, they printed red. But yeah, this was my first experience hearing Emperor and Enslaved, and Emperor blew my mind. I just couldn't believe how symphonic, layered, but yet necro it sounded. I was completely flabbergasted. And then come to find out that it was 16-year-olds that were doing this shit.
So this was kind of your first exposure to red metal, you said?
Yeah, this is to red cover metal. Yeah. The fact that 16-year-olds were writing such what seems sophisticated and symphonic styled black metal, I was pretty blown away by. Yeah, classic EP split right here. I think these things came out individually on Candlelight. Am I wrong? Or was there a Candlelight pressing where both were on the same? I don't remember. It seemed like they pressed them individually, but I don't know. Either way, this is a misprint CD. First pressing from the Century Black sub-label of Century Media. I can't believe I got my order because it seems like since then, everything I've ever ordered from Century Media never arrived.
They did not have a good reputation for mail order.
Dude, it was like a year ago, 2 years ago, during the pandemic, they had like a sale. I went through and ordered like 10 CDs. I never got them. And I didn't keep any of my information, so I couldn't go back and say, and I didn't like register to their website. I just went on as a guest and ordered.
Yeah.
And I got an email at one point saying, "Oh, there's a delay. We're missing a couple of your titles. We'll be sending the rest later. No problem." Never got them. And I'm like, wow, they haven't changed. Anyway.
Hey, at least you didn't order like a $45 vinyl album from they got no cent.
Yeah, I'll never order from their distro again, ever. I mean, I've had multiple problems with them. It's never been good.
Nobody has good experience. Yeah, I got lucky and just avoided them because seriously, even in the late 90s, stories were already all over the place that their mail order absolutely sucked. So I've never once ordered from Century.
Yep, don't do it.
Yep. And funny enough about the red cover thing, when I got that cassette tape myself, just sitting around doodling at one point, I was trying to just make a copy of the cover art on just like scrap paper, and I used a red ink pen. I don't know why, but so yeah, my little doodle of the cover was in red, and your CD's in red. So now I feel less weird about it.
I thought this was just the way it was supposed to be, but it's not. Of course, the classic Gustav Dorr wood engraving, which has been used on a bunch of different things, but Emperor immortalized it.
Yep.
All right, you're up, Dennis.
Okay, we're going absolute fucking banger here. One of my all-time favorite EPs, Napalm Death, Mentally Murdered.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
Just a fucking ultimate banger. My favorite Napalm Death besides Scum. This is when this sounds like if Carcass did a Napalm Death record.
Well, kind of is. Bill Steers in the band, yeah.
Yeah, but he has that guitar tone that he went on to with Carcass on Symphonies. So this album's just brutal as shit. Man.
I have the OG CD of that. I got at Vinyl Solution back in the day. I paid a lot of money for it. It's basically a promo sleeve. They just shrunk down the album cover. There's no case. It's just a promo sleeve. It's exact. Really? Yeah, they shrunk. Even the back is the exact same as the LP, just super small. It's ridiculous. But yeah,
as you can tell, Lee wasn't really into it anymore.
Yeah. And Shane's hair helmet is impressive.
And the other guys are definitely into Morbid.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure Shane's wearing leather pants here. So.
Oh, making gravy.
Even Bill looks a little disinterested with his hand in his pocket. He's like, all right.
Yeah.
This is pretty much the last thing we're gonna do.
It was Mick's deal at that point.
Yep, Mick's like, fuck yeah, we're gonna do Harmony Corruption. Yeah.
Yep.
This shit is pure fucking. This is the epitome of like death metal meets grindcore.
Yep.
Like it's got like the grindcore feel, the grindcore sound, but it has this total death metal guitar tone to it. Just fucking crushes, dude. Lee's vocals are amazing on this. Obviously went on to Cathedral after this. I mean, even those Cathedral demos are fucking amazing. But yeah, man, this shit just crushes. Every time I put this on, those rhythms, every song on this is just badass. The breakdowns crush on this shit.
Looks like a landscaping crew.
Hey, Bill, hey, go get that concrete over there. What's going on?
Actually, that picture of Mick Harris, look at it. It looks like the living embodiment of Castillo, the puppet from Chromium Dioxide.
God, you're right.
Because the living embodiment of Castillo right there.
Probably where he got his fucking inspiration.
That's probably was. I wouldn't be surprised.
You know what probably happened? He did a shitty job landscaping for those witches that Tom G. Warrior was looking for, and they cursed him and turned him into a fucking Muppet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but ripping, crushing record. I mean, this is Napalm Death at their best. I can only imagine if they came out with a full length like this. But honestly, I think when you talk about EPs, I think this is a perfect example of. I think this should just come out as an EP, just like Hellhammer should just come out as an EP. It just works as, 5 songs, 4 songs. That's what it works as. And that's where I think EPs are very important to the scene, because there's a lot of EPs that just should be EPs. You have 4 bangers of songs and there's no filler. So, I mean, this shit just crushes, man. There's not much more to say to this, but everybody here should know this record. If you don't, just get off of this. Just click off and go listen to this right now, because this just kills. And this is definitely at a time when grindcore was at its like height, I guess. Like you had Terrorizer, Brutal Truth, and all those bands coming out, and this thing. Just fucking amazing, man.
Yeah, that's interesting. On the band photo, there's a pretty well-known and circulated photo of the band coming back from a very ill-fated tour in Japan, and it's the same breakdown. You have Mick and Sean kind of hamming it up for the camera while sitting in the airport lobby, and both Bill and Lee are not even looking at the fucking camera. You can just tell by their expressions. They're like, fuck this, I couldn't care less. And as soon as they got back from that tour, it was about the time that they all went their separate ways. And so it's interesting, that picture kind of has the same split where 2 of them are just right there, check us out, and the other guys are like, what the fuck.
Yeah, definitely had other projects in mind at the time.
Oh
yeah. I mean, they were reportedly they were already getting pretty fed up with Mick's overbearingness and stuff, and looking to go do other things.
All right, Alan.
All right. I will jump out of the classic metal stuff for a moment. A newer black metal EP caught a lot of people's attention last year. Moonlight Sorcery. A lot of folks will know this one since it's a pretty new release. They did something kind of weird here. They, are doing kind of, relatively classic second wave Scandinavian type black metal, but with like shred style lead guitar work all over it. So it's kind of like someone sat down and thought, what happens if we put power metal guitar licks and solos all over like a late 90s black metal album from Sweden and have it run through a band from Finland? It sounds like a horrible idea, but it actually works incredibly well. So it ends up being a little more on the kind of symphonic side, and just has this crazy guitar work all over it, which isn't something you associate with black metal usually. That usually it's sticking more to the fast tremolo picking, kind of weaving back and forth. On this one, it's like stand back, motherfuckers, because here comes Ingwe, and then just go to town, and it's brilliant, and I love it. I would never have thought that combination would have worked until I heard them do it. They did another EP last year also that has more of a red color scheme to it, and it doesn't do that. And as such, I don't find it nearly as interesting. I've only heard it a couple of times. Maybe it would grow on me. It definitely isn't doing the same thing with the guitar, taking kind of center stage so much on it. So it's kind of weird that they've got 2 EPs in one calendar year that are kind of slightly different stylistically, missing a main ingredient. But yeah, at least this one, it's a really cool concept and makes them, if nothing else, they stand out. And black metal is a very crowded field. There's a lot of cool bands, but let's face it, kind of like, the old school death metal stuff, they step on each other's toes a lot. It's a very crowded field and it's hard to stand out. This one stands out right away, just, for adding that extra guitar dimension that you rarely hear on this kind of stuff. So cool EP from last year. We'll see what the band does next. Oh, I'm glad you like that one too, Dennis. Yeah. It got a pretty good amount of, love from different folks last year.
Yep.
I haven't heard the new one, but I do like that one. I have that on record.
Yeah, it was kind of a pain to find at a decent price stateside. Yeah, everybody was wanting a lot for it.
They got from $20 spin, actually.
Yeah, and then they ran out, and maybe they've got it back in stock at this point. But if anybody is looking for it and you see it for a decent price, go ahead and snap it up, because sometimes it seems to dry up. Maybe they've got more supply restocked in places now. I haven't checked because I finally found it.
All right. Let's get into some more death metal EPs, because there's some classics out there. This fix, Crush the Cenotaph. Man, this whole era. I loved Consuming Impulse. I loved Malleus Maleficarum. But the rack is one of the most crushing, brutal. It's just Martin Van Drunen just sounds agonizing, and the riffs are, you crank that up on your stereo, the speakers bleed. And this is a good continuation from that. It's got 5 songs, 2 live tracks, and Crush the Cenotaph, Rite of Shades, and The Crusher are the 2 songs on here. This came out just before Last Man on Earth. Last One on Earth. Great EP. And while I'm thinking we're probably getting close to the end here, I'm going to show this because Century Media was kind of killing it for a while. Grave. And Here I Die Satisfied. This bass
EP, man.
And the thing of it is, the sound is a little funky on here. It's because it's one of those slim lines. It's because they went in to try out a new studio with some new songs they had. Some of these songs ended up being on Solus, which came out after this, which is, I don't think they used the same studio. But I love the artwork. Jesus shooting up, or is he killing himself? I think he's shooting up. No, I can't tell. He's doing something to himself. I think he's killing himself. But what do we got on here? And Here I Die Satisfied, I Need You, Black Dawn, Tremendous Pain, Day of Mourning, and Inhuman. Absolutely killer EP. Kind of a thin, weird sound, but once you get acclimated to it, the songs are just so simplistic and heavy. It's totally crushing and cool. So these are 2. What's that?
I was actually looking for that EP in my collection. I couldn't find it. I was like, where's that fucking Grave? That shit rips.
Yeah, these 2 are classics.
It might just be the demo, Crush the Cenotaph, and they re-recorded it with Martin on vocals.
Oh, really? Yeah, see, I have no clue. No clue.
The demo is called Crush the Cenotaph, so.
Could be.
Well, let me check real quick.
Well, it would have the songs Crush the Cenotaph, Rite of Shades, and The Crusher. Recorded at Woodhouse Studios by that guy that was in Tiamat, or no, what band was he in?
Yeah, Crush the Cenotaph, Rite of Shades, but this has Abomination, Echoes, and Thoughts of an atheist on it, so it has 2 extra songs on it.
Yeah, this has this has Crush the Cenotaph, Right of Shades, The Crusher, and then Evocation Live and Wasteland of Terror Live. I had it on tape originally. I ended up getting a CD copy of it later on.
Yeah, I have the CD too on that one.
Crushing, killer, awesome
Yep.
death metal with Van Drunen, who went on to inspire a legion of OSDM bands that rip him off. It's crazy. All
Old
the
school
band.
Drunen metal.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. All right. Dennis.
We got to show this one, man. We didn't show it. Sepultura. Oh my God, dude. Bestial Devastation. But this is 85, and you're looking at basically proto death metal mixed with some black metal. But man, dude, this thing is just it holds up, man. This is so fucking good. And these guys are like 15, 16-year-olds at the time.
Yeah.
And I had this version, and I have another version of this record, of this EP right here. I don't know, man. I don't know about this version.
Let me show you what I have. I'll be right back.
Okay, I had this like before I got this version, and it's basically like a demo version, but it's the same songs and it's the same production. So I think this is just like either a bootleg or a self-produced release. Yeah. But man, this is so good. Very evil sounding, very down tuned, just like very obviously influenced by Sodom, Celtic Frost, and all those bands, but they added something to this. I don't know. I mean, it's probably youth again that like made this a different beast. But man, this thing, I can listen to this again and again. This and Morbid Visions, 2 of my favorite fucking releases by Sepultura. Just fucking evil, blackened death thrash metal, man. Very, very fucking underrated. And this version exactly the same. So I don't know what this is. I think if you look on Discogs, this just says I think it says unofficial release, but it came out at the same time. So
I've never seen the red version. It's neat.
Yeah. And it pulls out, which is cool. I'll show you guys. It comes out like with the whole band there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I like the logo too. So somebody took some time to make this thing for sure.
I thought I had that one, but this is a weird. I've never seen this anywhere. I don't know what the hell this even is, but it's Schizophrenia and Morbid Visions. It's on Shark Records. I've never even heard of Shark Records.
No, dude. Shark Records was they put out Massacre. Shark Records is a legit company.
Are they? Okay. I got this down at Vinyl Solution as well, and it's just I've never seen this tape around. It's weird.
Yeah, that's a cool release because they did put out the early Sepultura stuff. They put out a lot of Brazilian stuff. So yeah, definitely that's a OG press.
Cool. All right, Alan.
All right. Show kind of a little different odd one. This is EP by Riot. This is their 90s era with Mike DeMeo. The EP is for the track Angel Eyes. And this, as you can see with the OBI thing over here on the side, was a Japan-only release. So this came out in association with their Inishmore album, which is the album that kind of got the band back on the map for a while. It was a very good album, had a little bit of a concept to it, got a good push from Metal Blade. The band had always been very popular in Japan, so it wasn't surprising that they got an extra release over there. So it had the track Angel Eyes from the album, which is very good, but it also has a couple of non-album tracks on it, which is not unusual. Japanese EPs and stuff, they usually get some kind of exclusive bonus tracks and stuff like that, which drives fans in the rest of the world insane because they're hard to track down and expensive when you do. So not the kind of thing I usually try to bother with. In this case, however, I managed to hear the tracks somewhere, And the non-LP tracks on here are phenomenally good. They're actually as good, if not better, than a lot of the stuff on the Inishmore album, which is already a very good album. The two big standouts here, you have a track called 13 Rivers and Red Rain. And they're just fantastic classic DeMeo era Riot tunes. So once I heard them, just like, well, crud, I will have to track that particular EP down because those songs are too good not to have in the Riot collection. So yeah, sometimes EPs just kind of get, gummed up with extra tracks that weren't good enough to make the cut on the album, and you can kind of live without them. But sometimes you get some real gems that are unreleased, and then you have to go track down the weird EPs. So, yep, just a cool one from Riot that has some excellent songs that, by this point, maybe they've been added as bonus tracks to like a reissue of Inishmore or something. But definitely worth hearing if you like that era of Riot.
Never even heard of that EP. Never even seen it.
There's really no reason anybody would. Again, it's a Japan-only release for basically releasing the one song as a single, but it didn't get circulated anywhere else.
All right. More death metal. Sorry, everybody. This is the way it's going to roll here for a while.
Oh, shit.
This is Pentacle, the Fifth Moon. Absolutely crushing Netherlands death metal with Vanis Gobel. I can't remember his last name.
I haven't thought of them in forever.
He ended up going to Asphyx after Van Drunen left. He was in the band for a while, put out a few albums. He was also, didn't he also sing on Soulburn? With Soulburn? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, this early Pentacle shit rules. This and Rides the Moonstorm, crushing, awesome Dutch death metal, absolutely crushing. This is a reissue on Displeased. I don't think this is an OG press. It definitely is not. But awesome stuff. If you like Asphyx and Pestilence, early stuff, this stuff is right in there. Obviously a Celtic Frost groove to it. Brutalized with super sick, dehydrated style vocals like Van Drunen for sure. Vanis was a good guy to have step in for Van Drunen for a while. They sound very similar, actually. But Pentacle, the Fifth Moon, excellent EP.
I still regret not picking up that vinyl. I just saw it when I was in the Bay Area last time. I'm like, oh, I got to get that Pentacle. It was like $16. I forgot it.
Wow, that's a good price.
I forgot about it, and I left, and I'm like, oh, I forgot to grab that.
All right, you are up, Dennis.
All right, let's keep it with some death metal, and we're going another band that is really good that just got a re-release. We're going with Godified from Sweden, and this is
I have not heard that.
Abysmal Grief is the name of this. It came out on.
Has there ever been a cover more used than that cover?
No.
That image has been on Mythic's the Winter Solstice, a Judas Iscariot thing. It's been on tons and tons and tons of releases.
I think it was on a fucking Citizen Arrest too.
Yeah.
As well.
Crazy.
Listen to these song titles: Blasphemies and Blood. This second song. Zephedemiah dwells, abysmal grief, spiritually deceased, left to die in inhumation of shreds.
Just cramming all the words together they can figure out.
Yeah, you can see these dudes are definitely HM2 Swedish death metal. This sounds like fucking old school Nihilist. Just fucking crushing, dude. And I believe this came out in 93. This is on, I believe Wild Rags put this out. They had the yes, Wild Rags did put this out because he spelled Godified wrong on the title here.
Richard, come on, Richard, pull it together.
He couldn't read the logo. He couldn't read this logo, which I can't read it either, honestly. So I'm not gonna blame him. So he spelled it wrong on the side label, but yeah, man, crushing Swedish death metal, like old school Entomb Nihilist stuff. Really good like melodies and just like nasty shit that it has been re-released with the demo, so definitely check this out if you can. This EP is like impossible to find.
I've never even heard of them. Never even
Yeah.
heard. It's cool.
But yeah, man, I thought I'd bring this up because it's just has some badass rhythms to it and stuff like that, and nobody's ever really heard of this. So, and I never brought this up before. I think I told like maybe I think the dude from Worm about this record. But yeah, man, classic Swedish death metal that everyone should definitely check out.
And actually, Richard, he brought Emperor to the U.S. early on. He he sent me the tape to review back in the day, Wrath of the Tyrant, and it's got a different intro from the original tape. It's pretty cool.
I have that same tape.
Yep. We're talking. I'll go grab it. Hold on.
No, I'll grab it.
So, hey, everybody, how we doing out there?
Yeah, Wild Rags put out this Emperor Wrath of the Tyrant demo.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Does yours have like some weird like air or something on it?
Air?
Yeah, like something on the like. There's like a misprint or something on that.
Fuck, I don't know. I'm not really good at proofreading, so.
Oh, let me see. I think I have my copy right here.
And the intro on this is different than the intro on the original demo. I don't know why they did that. I think it's actually a bit better, if I remember right. But yep, Wild Rags.
I think it's like the weird number or something.
He used to send me like bunch of shit back in the day for review.
Richard was cool. I got this off of him too, like the original Blasphemy demo.
Oh, right on.
When it first came out on the white labels. I think because Richard was gonna release all the Blasphemy stuff. But for some reason it didn't happen. I don't know what was the deal with that.
Well, Richard went to jail for tax evasion for a while. That could have been it.
This was before that. Wait, I think something got released, like one of their EPs or records got released on Wild Rags. Gods of War or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not a big Blasphemy fan, but
who just went?
I did. Gotta fight.
Oh, right on. Alan.
Getting late.
Sorry.
That's
okay. I'll start blowing through. Like I got 3 I can blow through, and I got a bunch more, but I can blow through them quick.
Nah, that's good. Yeah, we do 1 or 2 more. You guys have the death metal covered. I'll stick to the classics for the classic metal contingent still in the chat. Old favorite early metal blade, Witch Killers, Day of the Saxons. Interesting title because they're actually Canadian, not British. So I guess Canadians can sing about Saxons too. Yeah, fair enough. I always love, this guy's look. It's like, this is what you look like, if you're, this is, Canada trying to do the LA look in, 1984 or so, I'm guessing.
The dude on the far right is sucking it in so hard. He's like, I wish I'd take the picture. I got to breathe.
Yeah. He's like, I'm trying out for the Alice Cooper band. I got to look ripped, man. Maybe I'll get a guitar that looks like a machine gun too. But, yeah, let's see. Which number is this? Metal Blade number 11. 1011.
Early.
Yeah, very early one. If I remember correctly, this was Brian's first signing of a non-US band. First thing he released, which kind of makes sense. I mean, all the early stuff was very local to him. Trouble, I think, was the first band he got in touch with outside of California, and then Witch Killer was the first thing he got in contact with outside the U.S. Very classic Iron Maiden style heavy metal, good get to it. Kind of a raw guitar tone. Obviously, the production is not stellar. It doesn't hurt the record at all, but it gives the guitar a little bit of kind of a raw edge to it. A couple of standout tracks on here. The Day of the Saxons, the title track, is a big one. And what's the other one? Like Beg for Mercy is also extremely good. Has a great kind of chanty chorus to it. Really nice. Witch Killer, unfortunately, didn't really do much else. I think they did some demos. Let me double check over here. They may have been one of those bands that came back much later and released something. Yeah, a lot of demos, and there was really nothing else. They had a single around 2011. I'll bet those are just like old tracks or something reissued. Might want to dig into it live on. But just another solid early Metal Blade release. Don't know what happened to the band, why they didn't get more attention. There was a lot of stuff coming out around that time, and I guess they just got lost in the mix. The last thing to mention is there was also a band called Witch Slayer around this time. That's a whole different group of guys who had it in for witches, okay? Don't get your Slayers and your Killers mixed up. They're not the same group at all. Witch Slayer was out of Chicago and had a little bit sound closer to Trouble. Witch Killer is Canadian and have a sound closer to Iron Maiden.
What's up with the shoestring wrapped around the guy's bicep? Like, I don't have any gauntlets, so just wrap some shit around my arm there, bro.
You know, Marty, it's 1983, 1984. Metal's just making its way into the Great White North. There was no Hot Topic to go pick up all your cool metal accessories at. No. Sometimes you had to improvise with what was around.
Struggle was
Sometimes
real.
What's around are, the boot laces from your ice hockey skates that you're not using, because it's, summertime. You make do.
That's right. All right. I'm going to blow through a couple here. Here's a classic. Just before they started getting a little more atmospheric and fascinated by what lies beyond the cosmos, we got Hypocrisy, Inferior Devotees EP, Slimline CD. Yeah. I think Peter's singing on this one. Is he? Yep, he is singing on this one. This is when he took over after the dude from Dark Funeral left. So this is Inferior Devotees, Symbol of Baphomet, Mental Emotions, God is a Lie, and Black Magic, which is, of course, the Slayer cover.
Yep. Badass.
Very cool.
Almost picked that one too.
Very cool Slimline Nuclear Blast EP. And here's another classic for sure, Vader Sothis. Polish death metal classic. These guys have been around forever. This is a reissue, I believe. Yeah, this is on Metal Mind. I have an OG of the tape, but this came into my possession. I love it. It's got some of the slower Vader material on here, but it's still a very good, brutal, awesome release. Kind of more in line with the Ultimate Incantation than maybe De Profundis. And of course, this one, I was so excited when I found this back in the day because I was so fascinated by this band. Carcass, this is the Tools of Trade EP. It's got Tools of the Trade, Incarnate Solvent Abuse, Rotten to the Gore, Hepatic Tissue Fermentation. 2 on it. Is it some of their best material? No. The additional songs on here are okay. But man, I was so completely blown away by Descanting and Insalubrium. I just could not have this. So this was huge. I spun the crap out of this. And the first 2 full length. Well, no. The very, very first Carcass record I struggle with. It's such a mess. It sounds so bad, but Symphonies of Sickness is where they really blew up for me. But I've got more, but I'll hit that on the next round. Dennis.
All right. Let me blow through a couple here. Let's I'll agree with you on Tools of the Trade there.
Yeah.
Just a fucking ripper of a fucking EP, man. I love that song, Tools of the Trade.
Yeah.
As you said, this was Carcass kind of getting a little bit more technical as far as their songwriting goes, but yeah, man, I love this and Symphonies. I love Reich too, man. Those first 3 records for me are just fucking amazing. Not a big Heartwork fan, but that's just me.
It's a different band. They should have changed their name. I mean, I say that, and I don't think bands should change their name because at that point it's a brand, but it's so different. I liked it, but it's different.
Yeah, and I'll pull another one. from Sweden, a Tumno.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, man, this is just fucking again another crushing Swedish death metal band that a lot of people don't know. I don't really. They only put this out in like an EP. So, and I think I have the EP too on a CD. It's like a split, and this is on some weird label too. It's like on Sun or something. I don't remember, but yeah, man, if you like early Swedish death metal, man, this is so good. HM2 shit.
It's
Just
good.
really good rhythms, heavy as shit. And then I'll do my last death metal one here with the EP from Macabre Grim Reality, man. Yeah, a different kind of these guys. No one sounded like Macabre. No one ever has sounded like
No. Love it or hate it, no one ever sounded like Macabre for sure.
Just a killer. I mean, even this cover just looks like almost like a comic book or something. But yeah, this is just killer shit about serial killers. Obviously their thing, but the drums on this are just insane. Dennis Amenes, he just fucking the double bass on this shit is just insane.
They're an incredible band.
And the singer just has this weird high pitch, but then he goes low too. Songs about Ed Gein, Henry Lee Lucas, Son of Sam. Just if you guys are into like true crime, Albert Fish is on here too. But yeah, man, just really good fucking, I guess, death metal. I mean, it's hard to categorize.
They're kind of thrashy.
Yeah, it's hard to like categorize them because it's. I mean, they were always considered death metal because they're too extreme for thrash, but definitely just a unique band that this and their. I mean, I don't think Macabre has ever put out anything where somebody's like, "Oh, this thing sucks." Like they've always put out like really good, competent releases. I think the first like 3 albums for me are where it's at up until Dahmer. But the last release they put out was actually really good too. So, yeah, man, Macabre. If you haven't heard this one, check it out. It's just fucking. They were definitely bending genres on this, and no one else has sounded like this band ever. So another band is just incredible.
All right, Alan.
All right, I'm going to wrap up on one of the best. I'm kind of surprised we haven't, between the three of us, I'm surprised no one has shown this one yet. And this one's for Dwayne, who's probably been yelling at the screen for 3.5 hours now if he's watching, wondering where this one was at. It's Warlords Deliver Us.
Oh, so fucking good. That is so good.
Damn it, Alan. That was my next pick.
Oh, was it? Wait, I wasn't going. I didn't pull it at first, figuring one of you would, but since we were winding down, like shit, someone's got to show it. So I'll go dig it up since I seem to be on the old metal kick here. Warlord never reached the big time like Queensryche or bands of that ilk did,
which is too bad.
Well, it is kind of a shame, but at the same time, it was in a way never a real band. It was kind of a studio project, for guys working on music. But yeah, it was never really meant to be a going concern.
Sponsored by Nike.
Nevertheless, they've ended up becoming one of the most beloved bands of that era for so many people, and with good reason. There was a lot of talent on display, despite, the lineup changes and stuff, just, fantastic releases. There wasn't a lot of material released, which probably played in their favor too. Because again, when you only release small amounts of material, it's easier to have it all be a high quality than if you have a career spanning, half a dozen albums where everybody loves 2 of them. And the third one is a commercial sellout and the fourth one sucks. And maybe one of the later ones got back on track halfway. Warlord didn't have that problem. They just had a small catalog of excellent stuff. Every song on here is fantastic. We'll go through it real quick. You've got, the title track is great. You've got Winter Tears is really good. Child of the Damned is one of their best known ones, covered by tons of bands. One of my favorites actually on here is Penny for a Poor Man. It's usually the track people mention the least, but it's got just this cool little sort of synthesizer line in the chorus. Black Mass, of course, is good. And then Lucifer's Hammer is the other one that gets a lot of attention. Awesome release. Got the W's on the label there. I think Dwayne was telling us when he was on the show a while back, there are supposedly some copies where the color scheme on this label is reversed, where it's a black circle and the W's are in red.
Huh.
I'm not sure. I mean, he wasn't sure what was up with that version. I've seen a picture of it. I mean, it's a legit thing. I don't know why some copies have that color scheme. Also coming with an insert. The corner of mine's a little dog-eared, but yeah, just simple, has the things. The cover actually got stuck inside the cover for a long time. And yeah, then you can see inside where it kind of, got, pulled out and then you ripped it a little bit. But yeah, one of the, again, right up there with the Queensryche EP in terms of, early American metal classics. If it had been a full-time band, would they have gotten a push? Don't know. Maybe they would have gotten a push, but gone in the wrong direction. And now we'd only remember them sort of fondly. It's one of the things when you only release a little bit of material and it's all good, people will love it forever because you didn't release any bad stuff to water it down later on. But yeah, I'm going out on a strong note. I'm wrapping up the night with Warlord.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
Yeah. I think Alan makes a good point there. It's like they only released a small amount of stuff and it was all good because they never released a full length. And that's kind of epitomizes what we're talking about with the EPs. Like they came out with EPs, like one live thing, and that was it, and a VHS tape. But they're fondly remembered for those EPs. Like if they had come out with a full length and it was different, people might think about them differently. So, I mean, that's where EPs play a strong part in the metal scene. So, good point.
And afterwards, after Warlord was disbanded, he started doing Lordian Guard with his girlfriend or wife. I don't know. And basically, it's just kind of half-ass covers of a lot of Warlord stuff and some other songs that are good riffs, but wasn't a fan of her singing, to be honest. I do have a couple Lordian Guard things. And would it be considered Christian metal? I mean, he was a Christian. I don't know if Warlord was considered Christian metal, but
I've never really heard them put under the Christian metal tag. I mean, maybe if you read through the lyrics, there might be some references here and there, but it's certainly not an overt Christian metal band. Typical sense of, every song is about, Jesus or, the rock or Jesus is the rock or all that kind of stuff. The Lordian Guard material, I think the Christianity themes are a little more overt there. But it might be a bit of a stretch to call Warlord a Christian metal just because Bill's, did happen to be Christian doesn't make every band he's in a Christian band.
True that. Yep. All right. It's me, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna rip through some here. I can probably go two more times, but or one more time. Let's go first up with Until Eternity Ends by Edge of Sanity. Is this their best material? It isn't. This is where kind of Dan takes the reins and starts doing more proggy type stuff. You got Until Eternity Ends, which is a death metal song. Eternal Eclipse, which is Bleed. And then it ends with a Police cover of Invisible Sun. It's actually quite good. It's actually a good cover. It's a good song, good cover. It's just weird to be on, it's just kind of showing you where Edge of Sanity's head's at this point. And basically, Dan is the primary songwriter at this point. And considering, speaking of Dan Swano, we've got this EP. I've never seen anybody show this either. This is Odyssey. This is a 3-song EP. It's Dan Swano and a couple other dudes. Very proggy. Dan does all the singing. It's clean singing. It's just, if you took all the death metal out of Edge of Sanity, it's kind of like that. The songs are super catchy. I Am Too, I Carry a Secret, and Amon Ra. It's Phillipson, Gustafson, and Swano. So it's a 3-piece, I'm assuming. They're really good. This came out on Utopian Vision Music, which was a short-lived record label up in Canada. The guy that owned Utopian Vision was, I can't remember his name. Marco, no. Holy shit. Ed Balog. He was the North American publicist for Black Mark.
Yeah.
So I would get all the cool Black Mark promos from him back in the day. But this is really cool. If you want to check out Swano on the proggy side, this Odyssey 3-song EP is quite good. It's another one of those projects that he started and did and just never really did anything more with. It's very cool though. Okay, I'll do 3 more on the last round. We'll end with this one. I'm not a big Cathedral fan. I hated the debut when it came out. I expected Napalm Death style vocals. It was a bunch of bullshit vocals. I didn't like it at all. I broke the tape and took it back to Camelot Music because I wasn't about to.
Tape was broken.
Yeah, the tape's broke. I need to get something different because I only had enough money to buy 3 tapes a month. So I broke that shit because it was the last one, and I knew I wasn't gonna. Oh, I'd like to get the same one. Oh, geez, it's out. I'm gonna get this instead. So, but this is actually when I started to like what he was doing a little bit. This Soul Sacrifice EP. It's a 4-song. Soul Sacrifice, Autumn Twilight, Frozen Rapture, and Golden Blood Flooding. It's a cool EP. The songs are heavy as hell. Dorian's vocals don't bother me as much on here like he did on the Ethereal Mirror. Well, hey, sounds like a drunk Muppet. What do you got to say? Crazy, whatever. But this is good, heavy, cool EP. I've got one more round. We'll save it to the end. Dennis, you got a few more?
I got a couple more here.
Yep.
Let's do this one because somebody mentioned it and I actually had it. So Metallica, the 598 EP. Yeah, dude, this thing.
This is the last thing they did that was awesome. It really is.
And it's fucking badass.
It is so badass. They own these. They're a great cover band. Let's face it.
Right?
They're a great cover band. If that band was playing in the bar downtown, I'd go see them every fucking week.
Fucking Helpless, Small Hours just fucking destroys, dude. Probably better than Holocaust, honestly. The Weight is great. Crash Test, Crash Course in Brain Surgery, and then of course the fucking Misfit song with Last Caress and Green Hell. Just a fucking banger of a fucking cover record.
Yep.
This is like an EP I used to skate to all the time. I had this recorded on cassette, and I used to just bring out my boombox and I'd be skating around, and this was the fucking jam.
Dude, that album shits all over Injustice for All. It really does. It's so fun. It's the way it's produced. It's heavy and organic sounding. It sounds so good.
Exactly. You said it right there. It just sounds organic and like they've been playing these songs for years. So they probably have. From back in the day, but man, this shit rips, dude. One of the best EPs ever. And then I'll finalize this shit with fucking Armored Saint.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, this EP, man.
Hold on a second. Oh, okay.
So, no. Not this one, Marty. Not this one.
See, I haven't heard that one.
This is on Metal Blade. This is not on Chrysalis.
Okay.
This is on Metal Blade.
Are they going on tour with Pat Nebitar next?
Not until they got signed to Chrysalis.
Yeah, this shit rips. Obviously, Lesson Learned, False Alarm, and then On the Way, which was never on a record. I mean, besides this. So, just pure American heavy metal. Just badass, dude. Love this record. Love this EP. I was trying to get this for years. When I bought it, this shit on here didn't happen, but my cat got to it at one point. Bent the shit out of it.
Bad kitty.
Classic. At least my cat didn't piss on it, so that's a good thing.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah.
Oh, once they start doing that shit, it's the worst. It just can't get it out. It's forever fucked.
I've come down and seen my cat clawing on the side of the records. What the fuck are you doing? Why my records? There's so much other things in here.
Like the couch. Fuck up the couch, not my records. Yeah.
But yeah, man. Just a banger US heavy metal fucking classic.
Yeah, my cats are rarely allowed in the record room. The doors stay closed. Every now and then I'll let them come in and hang out, but I keep a real close eye on them. As soon as they go near the record shows, I'm just like sitting there with the sock ball,
squirt,
to bop them.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, one time my cat jumped, got onto my 7-inch collection and just started pissing. I'm like, what is going on right now? This makes no sense.
Oy.
Brian, I gotta
Dennis,
say,
I'm just going to throw this out there. Have you considered fish? They're fun to watch.
And when they die, you just flush them down the toilet. Yeah.
And they don't come in contact with your record collection.
Yeah, knowing me, I'll get a fish that jumps out right onto my fucking record collection. What the hell's going on right now?
Brian, if you need to see a deeper dive into Dennis's collection, go subscribe to Analog Archives. Is his channel. Link is in the description. Please. It's killer. He's got an awesome collection. And a lot of killer stories too. He grew up in the Oakland Bay Area scene during the day, and has seen all the bands during the right time. But
yeah, we got to do a Bay Area deep dive or something.
That'd be fun. Fuck yeah, It'd be good. We'd just let you talk for 3 hours while we go neat. I have nothing rare from that whole scene. But all right, my last few here. I'm gonna rip through these quick. We got the Norwegian band Dark Sorcery is the name of the EP by Eternus.
I knew you'd have it covered. I did not bother to pull it.
This is really good, well-written stuff. Their album that came after it, Beyond the Wandering Moon, is my favorite by them. It's like a Norwegian bolt thrower. It's really heavy, flowing death metal with a black metal atmosphere. Really killer shit. Death metal with corpse paint, more or less. This shit is great. Awesome band. Next, another Norwegian band, Demonic, Lead Us Into Darkness. This came out on Necropolis Records. It's an early release. It's a 2-piece. I always really liked this EP. Really catchy, well done. No one ever talked about this band. They put out one full-length album after this and faded into obscurity. It came out on Necropolis. Which one is this? Well, it says NR6661, so I don't think this is their first release, but this is a really good EP, and 4 songs. Witch Demon, vocals, bass, drums, Fiend, guitars, and synth. Really good, solid Norwegian black metal. And of course, we've got
quick story about the dude from Necropolis.
Yeah, Paul Finn.
He was in the Bay Area. He used to show up at all the shows with a duffel bag full of CDs.
Really?
And he'd be like, "Hey, dude, you want to buy some of this?"
I used to talk to him on the phone back in the day.
Yep. Yeah, and then the other dudes, there was a dude from Mexico that would come with all cenotaph shit and mortuary and all that stuff. He had this fucking sick ass cenotaph long sleeve. I'm like, how much is the long sleeve? He's like, $20. I'm like, oh, it's fucking insane. I'm not buying. Funny. I'm like, why didn't I buy that fucking long sleeve?
Yeah, right. Necropolis Records, their second, I think their final, their home base was MC Hammer's old crib, as far as the old office. Yeah, when I used to hang out with the publicist for Necropolis, Joker Locuson, he was here. He's a Michigan guy. He's like, yeah, man, it was when we moved in there. It was like MC Hammer. They used to bet on horses and shit. All the the dry erase board with all the horse betting was still up on the wall and shit. It was MC Hammer's old office. Pretty funny.
I used to have to drive by MC Hammer's house every day to work because he lived in almost the Fremont Hills right there, and I worked in Fremont. So yeah, he had a gold fucking gate that said MC Hammer on it and shit.
Yep,
it's fucking amazing.
Can't touch this, Dennis.
Was that the place that had the electrified fence around it with the sign saying "Can't touch this"?
It just had dancing pants.
All right, I got 2 more. We're gonna rip through these. This is a Swedish band, Dawn Sorg på Svarta Vingerflow. Another Necropolis band. This is their second release. This thing rules. Absolutely great. 4 tracks. I'm not going to read them. They're all mostly in Swedish, but this is absolutely great. At Omen of Masochism EP is killer, by the way.
Yeah,
and my last
7 inches, I thought.
What's that? Well,
I
yeah,
didn't
true.
think we were doing 7 inches. So
Yeah, we didn't do any 7. Well, Alan did one, but it's cool. Last one, Anthrax, Armed and Dangerous. My first time hearing Joey, and I loved it. I listened to the crap out of this EP. It's got Armed and Dangerous Studio, Raise Hell Studio, God Save the Queen, which the big four love doing Sex Pistols covers, and they all sucked. Metal Thrashing Mad Live, Panic Live. This tape can be played on either side. Megaforce Records Incorporated. I've shown this 2 weeks in a row now, but I really love the energy. I love the production of this. It sounded really kind of live. It was still produced, but it had an edge to it, which is cool. It very much in line with Spreading the Disease. You know, it's a very raw, rough, but polished sound. Very cool. Awesome. So that's it. Dennis, you have anything else? Are you good?
that's it. What do I got? Nope, I got nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, we could go for days on EPs,
Pretty
I'm
much.
sure, but yeah, we got to call it somewhere.
I like started out a sheet early on in the week. Like I only had like 5 things wrote down. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Is this going to be hard? And then I started digging like today, and I'm like, oh no, it's just jumping off the shelf. This is great. That's great.
Right.
Oh yeah, yep. But yeah, Dennis, thanks so much for the awesome, fun topic, and thanks to everybody in the chat for sticking with us and throwing out so many other good suggestions as well. We couldn't show everything tonight, but other folks have covered a lot of them also. It's a fun format. I can't speak to what happens in other genres, but I wonder if there's as many high quality EPs if you get into other sort of non-mainstream types of music, or if it's something that's a little more a metal thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's more of a metal thing. I mean, I do have a lot of rap EPs, but they're mainly just songs off the record, or they're like a remix, maybe, or like a vocal mix.
Yeah.
So it's not a lot of like different songs. So it's not. I mean, I think there is a couple of NWA like EPs I have that don't have songs on records. So I would say probably rap or hip hop does have that too as well. But that's one genre. It probably does have them.
Yeah, I know if you start getting into like a little bit more like the electronic side of things, there's a lot of EPs, but they're often just like different
like versions.
Uh-oh. Alan froze.
He did.
It looks like he's having a
got really into those electronic EPs.
He did, totally. He's thinking about his Randy 7-inch right now. Oh, fuck.
Got that Randy shirt.
Oh shit, everybody. We appreciate you. And every Friday night when we're doing these, I sit here and doodle while we're in. Dennis is the first time I ever done a caricature of anyone. OG press record with a pentagram and a set of boobs on it. So, yep. And then, the thing is up on the bottom of the screen. 15% off sale at Bindrune web shop. Type in Bindrune 15 and you can get yourself a heavy metallurgy shirt for cheaper than what we've been selling it. So, or a hoodie or a white shirt, long sleeve. Go check them out. And please, please, please go check out Dennis's channel, Analog Archives, link in the description. It rules. Dennis rules. Dennis, my friend, thank you so much. So I'm glad we finally got this.
Analog Archives, half shirts, sleeveless, necklace,
tube tops.
What do you want? We got it all.
Got it all. Right on. I know a guy that can hook that up for you. So
hey, check it out. This Sunday, the 9th, coming up, we got a Desert Island death metal show coming on stream on Jeff's channel.
Oh, cool.
All sorts of dudes from Europe on there. Gonna be early in the day, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but check it out. I got Simon, Mark G, all those dudes are on there. Jurgen's on there. So we're gonna have a lot of cool shit. So come check it out. Over at Jeff's channel. What the fuck's his channel called?
Gas masks and hand grenades. There it is right there, everybody.
Yeah, so check it out.
There he is, the man.
Oh shit, are you done with your Randy shirt?
Yeah, you froze and like you look like you're having a sexual moment with your Randy shirt. It was like, oh, it was so great.
Yeah, the screen just went blank, so got knocked out there for a minute or two. Yep, was just saying, yeah, thanks to everybody for hanging out tonight.
Yeah, it was a good night. We had almost 90 people in. It was cool. I know summertime, people are busy. Counts usually go down on the weekends, but hey, we're doing pretty good. We appreciate all of you. Dennis, you rule. Don't hang up. We'll chat afterwards. Right. Cheers, everybody. Go get yourself a Heavy Metallurgy shirt. And the Analog Archives crop tops are coming in 2023. We have to figure out a design. We'll get that going, and I'll print them for them. So cheers, everybody.
Only available in 5XL. So
right. Okay, show notes. Let's see. There's got to be. I think I'm doing a review this weekend for Monday. I'm doing the new Suitor record, and Wednesday we're talking about Release from Agony by Destruction. Jurgen's coming back on for that. There'll be 5 people discussing this classic album, so it'll be a fun time. And next week, do we have anything next week, or we don't know yet?
We do not. Checking with Pat to see if he wants to reschedule from when he was going to be on a couple of weeks ago, but I got to check and confirm that. I know we've reached out to some folks, and we're just trying to sort through everybody's summer work and vacation schedules, which is a little tricky, but we'll be here with somebody talking about something cool once again, like usual.
Right on. Well, anyway, see y'all later. Have a good week, and cheers.